Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. Two top finishers of the series will play in the candidates tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.
Welcome to Austria, dear viewers, where the final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix is taking place. Now we are already at the round 7. My name is Angelika Valkova and I'm joined by Grandmaster Felix Bloberger. Felix, welcome back.
It's great to be back. Yeah, I saw that you had a very special guest yesterday and we're super excited to have him again today, Vishwanathan Anand. So it's going to be super exciting. I'm happy to be back commenting with you, especially as well. And yeah, what did I miss from the last round? If you could tell me something about it.
You missed actually a lot because yesterday actually was the rest day for us and for all the players, but the day before that we had round number 6. So maybe let's just remind everyone what happened there and which results did we have. Because at the beginning of the round, it felt like the round is going to have just one decisive game. At the end, we had 4 decisive games. Only Nana Dzagnidze played a draw against Anna Muzychuk, and all the rest of the players played decisive game. Zhongyi managed to squeeze a victory in the rook endgame against Nurgyul Salimova. Meanwhile, Alexandra Kosteniuk won against Lela Javakhishvili. Also, Vaishali managed to find a brilliant tactic against Olga Badelka and scored a victory. As well as Jiner, in a very complex position, found a winning maneuver against Mariya Muzychuk, which was actually the game of the day. That was a it was a brilliant round, yeah, and it was really exciting. What do you know about the standings right now? Who is the leader?
Yeah, so Anna Muzychuk still in the front, and as you mentioned, the games, I was also watching them, even though I wasn't here. I was watching it with big excitement, and well, Jiner is just back in action. It's just so exciting to see her. I think 4 out of 4 now.
Amazing.
Just incredible also how she won that game yesterday, and she's like close to being one of the leaders with. Of course, Anna Muzychuk still being first, but it's sort of a close call with Jiner on 4 points behind her, and of course also Vaishali on 4 points. So Anna Muzychuk still in the lead, but yeah, she's closely being followed by two of the youngest players in the field, and Nana Dzagnidze on 3.5 points, as well as Zhongyi. And as you mentioned before, there are no players on 50%. So just so much fighting chess here. I'm super excited for today.
Yeah, huge surprise, and as you were mentioning, like first 2 rounds were very tough for Jiner. She lost first 2 games, and then she managed to come back. It's absolutely unbelievable. 4 out of 4 games she won. She had some rest yesterday. Now we'll see what is going to happen, because actually Jiner is one of the players who can still qualify, who can still get the spot in the candidates, being first or second place in the overall standings. So very important, obviously, for Jiner as well as for Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, absolutely. But if she continues playing like that, it's going to be very difficult for her opponents. I mean, yeah, she was just playing like a beast in the last four games. It was absolutely incredible. So should we maybe take a look at what is waiting for us today?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see who is going Jiner to face today, because it's going to be definitely a tough situation for that player, knowing that she's now on 4 out of 4, especially with black pieces. Jiner is going to face with white against Nana Dzagnidze, so it's going to be really a tough pairing for Nana. We will see. Will she manage to stay calm against the Chinese Grandmaster? Also, Olga Badelka with white pieces are going to face Mariya Muzychuk, also very interesting matchup here. Alexandra Kosteniuk with white against Vaishali. Vaishali, who is currently on joint second place, also very critical for the overall standings. Zhongyi is going to face with white against Lela Javakhishvili, and Anna Muzychuk, current leader, against Nurgyul Salimova, for whom actually the tournament is not going so well.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after her last matchup against Zhongyi. That was also sort of a painful endgame. Zhongyi, I mean, she was trying her best and asking questions and questions, so she made it so difficult for Nurgyul. But yeah, it hasn't been really her event so far. She did have an amazing game against Alexandra Kosteniuk. But yeah, super excited to see what is going to happen there today. And as you mentioned, yeah, Anna Muzychuk, of course, it's a super important day for her, for the overall standings. With a white game, I'm sure she's going to try everything to try and squeeze out a win. And of course, I think the two other games we really need to have a closer eye on is, of course, Vaishali's game as well, and Jiner. I think that are sort of my favorite picks. Do you have some other games which you're really looking forward to?
I actually fully agree with you, but we must admit, I mean, every pairing is just unbelievable here. All the players are incredibly strong, so we will see a lot of what's going to happen on the boards. We might see also some blunders, who knows. Yeah, because previous round was absolutely nothing. We were not expecting the result like that at all. We were expecting maybe rather 4 draws and 1 decisive game of Vaishali. But at the end of the day, we had 4 decisive games and 1 draw. So any day, anything can happen with such players, such strong players, such time control, and with, of course, great conditions and great playing hall there. We can see also the glass hall from outside, definitely. Yeah, and also exciting weather. Today we have also very warm weather here in Grossblombing in Austria.
Yeah, the weather is getting better and better as well. And yeah, as you mentioned, we don't see a lot of draws here. All of the games are just fighting until the very end. We see many games being played until move 90 or 80. So players are just trying to give their best and try to win all of the games. And that's also what we sort of see reflecting in the results. There are just so many decisive games in this event.
Yeah, and also they are giving us some exciting show.
Yeah.
That's the most important.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so round number 7, we have 3 rounds to go. And as it's a final stage, final event of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-25, definitely these final 3 rounds are going to be the most critical for all of the players. But in precision, we're having Anna Muzychuk, who has big chance to qualify if she gets first or joint first place, and Jiner, if she's also going to have, I believe, if Jiner is getting 3rd place, clear 3rd, she doesn't have to worry about anything. But of course, maybe she can do better. Who knows? Because she's so close behind Anna.
Maybe she's going to make 7 out of 7 in the last remaining of the event. How she's been playing, I would not be surprised. So it was very incredible to follow her comeback. And
yeah, maybe for our viewers, by the way, we should tell what was actually happening yesterday, because yesterday we didn't have round, but there was an amazing program here, and it was amazing for some young talents, or young girls from Austria who are playing, really fighting chess against some of our players. It was, I believe, Mariya Muzychuk, Alexandra Kosteniuk, Zhongyi, and Olga Badelka.
Exactly, yeah, and they had sort of a blitz tournament between some of the participants in the Women's Grand Prix and some of Austria's local talents. In the end, Zhongyi won the event, I think, with quite a staggering score of 8.5 out of 9. So that was a very impressive performance. And well, the first prize we can also mention was actually a Hermes bag. So.
Yeah, maybe she will bring it today to the round. Let's see.
I would be interested to see how it looks.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, would like maybe shortly to mention, she played 1 draw only against Mariya Muzychuk, and she beat Alexandra Kosteniuk and also Olga Badelka, which actually, it was a pretty casual tournament. We might say, okay, the players maybe just would casually play draws against each other, not to show anything, but Zhongyi was fighting like a tiger, and yeah, she managed to do it. And after that, we had another event, which was connected together with former world champion Vishwanathan Anand, who actually played also some blitz games against the players.
Yeah, so Vishy Anand was also playing against some of the local female talents, and well, sort of the goal was for the Austrians to survive as long as possible, and the person who did so sort of won the whole event. And in fact, actually, there was one player who actually scored a draw against Vishy Anand. So.
Yeah, shocking. And I believe this player was around 1900 rated, so really amazing performance for this girl. And I believe later she actually got as one of extra present. It was the ride in the carriage with Vishwanath Anand around the territory.
Ah, okay. Well, that's kind of pretty cool prize. Yeah, it cannot get much better than that. Huh?
Yeah, I was actually I was lucky to be in that carriage with Vishy and also with 3 other girls. And basically the whole ride, it was kind of a mini interview between them and Vishy. They were asking some questions like, who do you think is going to be next world champion, or either going to be an Indian World Championship match, like will Arjun or Prague or someone like going to qualify for the challenge, like to become a challenger. And it's like. Definitely was.
What did he say?
He said it definitely is possible, but of course we shall see how it's going to happen. And they were also asking about training, so he was saying, giving some pieces of advice. I don't remember exactly, but it was like against some precise opening. And it was actually very interesting that whenever each girl was asking some question about the opening, he immediately remembered which opening they just played against each other. So he immediately could say what was the mistake and so on. Incredible memory of the Vishy.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'll make sure to ask him, or we will make sure to ask him some of those questions as well later in the stream. I'm super excited to welcome him on the broadcast later on. It's going to be really a cool time, which we're going to have today. And the players are getting ready. I think the round is probably about to start. We have maybe 3 more minutes.
Yeah, 3 more minutes, and everyone looks ready. We see final players are arriving at this beautiful glass playing hall. Yeah, players are also being checked by a fair play team. That's definitely very important. And today we actually might see some guests there in the playing hall who are going to be there for some short time at the beginning of the round, maybe in the middle as well. Some probably local Austrian guests, visitors, because we don't really have the open visitors here and at this final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, but some specific people could join just in limited amount. Yeah.
The organizers always have to be quite careful about anti-cheating measures to keep everything in place, but they are checking everyone carefully, so there are going to be no troubles with that. And I think it's very nice for some people to see how everything is organized here, because the event is just so great. And what we haven't talked about earlier was that after the event with Vishy, then we had actually, like, the night got better and better once it advanced. So it was like a very special free day yesterday. The tournament director, Michael Stöttinger, Austrian chess president, organized a fantastic dinner for all of the people here. How did you like it?
It was amazing. It was the first time I actually tried something like this. I have never had 8 courses of meal. I have never had a dinner which lasted for 3 hours. So it was definitely a unique experience. Also, we had also Michael always telling us some interesting stories in between. We also had actually, by you selected very nice positions in the middle of each board from some of the most famous games, some most nice ideas. Like on our table, there was a game of Nigel Short of his famous walk with the king to h6. So.
But I have to give Michael credit, that was also his idea.
So, that's his idea.
It was only my job to pick the positions. But I think it was also a nice touch by him for that.
Yeah, definitely. And we see that all players are getting seated. Maybe we actually might see the first honorary move. That's actually pretty possible because everyone is gathered there, and I believe Michael is explaining something.
Yeah. But all of the players are already seated, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, absolutely, everyone. I think Tanzania was the last one to arrive.
Yeah.
But it also was pretty exciting. Yes, we see the girl is going to make the first move on the board of Olga Badelka against Mariya Muzychuk. Let's see what she's going to play. What do you think? Okay.
E4 is on the board. And another time.
Nice. And one more time.
Making sure to have
and
a
one
good
more
picture.
Time.
One more time, yeah.
Nice,
Great.
nice.
Do you think Olga is going to go for E4 now?
I'm not sure, actually. I would not say she goes for E4.
Yeah.
But what do you say?
I also don't think so. I'm just reminding myself of some instances where, for example, Magnus Carlsen had some move made, like in the start, and then he just said, okay, I'll just play it just for fun. But she does go for d4.
Yeah, she goes for d4, yeah, exactly. So no e4, but d4. d4, d5, yeah, classical way of reacting, also grabbing a space, and c4, probably going to that game.
And c6 on the board, so we
So
have
we have Slav, wow.
Slav. Mariya Muzychuk playing many different openings. Both Muzychuks are quite well known for their very good Grunfeld repertoire, as far as I know. But of course, they can play basically any opening. And you see a Slav with e3 and bishop g4 on the board.
Yeah, talking about also bishop g4 is there. Interesting move. So normally the bishop is not developed so early in the opening from c8 because there could be some ideas of queen coming to b3, and exactly that's what is played.
Played on the board, yeah. Queen b3, often, as you mentioned, the downside of the bishop going out so early is, of course, that the pawn on b7 becomes sort of a target. But of course, positionally speaking, it's nice to bring the bishop out and only then to play e6. Otherwise, the bishop often is sort of stuck on c8.
Yeah, now, for example, move like, queen d7 you cannot play, for example, because there is a knight e5 immediate attack on the queen and the bishop, so it's not really working so well. And
yeah, as far as I know, the main move is queen b6 here, just sort of copying the whole idea, covering b7 and often getting ready to trade queens at some moment.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, definitely, because right now the pawn on d5 is defended by the knight. So let's say in case if we're going to make queen b6 ab, and after cd, in some of the lines, the knight is not on f6, and then black is forced to take with a c pawn. Then, of course, it's very bad for the structure.
Yeah, it can be then that those two pawns are quite weak in an endgame. But here, as you mentioned, black can take with the knight, and then black has actually a very nice structure because the open a file really favors black in that case.
Exactly, so taking on b6 definitely not going to be an option, but Mariya is still taking time, and maybe meanwhile I could say that I have researched a little bit about the pairing matchups. In this case, Badelka played against Muzychuk in classical three games they had already, and all three of them were draws, actually. So, and two out of these games, Badelka played with white pieces, and one of the opening was red, the other one was actually some kind of King's Indian, but Badelka went for h4 on the third move, so it was very interesting. So it was actually just now in Nicosia in Grand Prix 2025.
I remember that game, yeah.
So basically we see another new opening, even though d4 is played as in that game, but here Mariya went for this Slav defense, but Olga it feels like Olga is actually still in the book, so she's still...
Looks like it. Looks like she comes very well prepared to this game. Knight e5 immediately on the board. As far as I know, we're still sort of in theoretical territory, but there are, of course, many, many different approaches for white in this line as well. So interesting to see how this is going to unfold. Should we just briefly go through all of the games, just so we have an understanding of what's happening? This looks like a Nimzo in Jiner against Dzagnidze. Zhu, mostly an e4 player, so I'm a bit surprised to see that.
Wow.
And we see knight f3 and short castle now. And Zhu is thinking.
So it's kind of a surprise already for the Georgian grandmaster. But okay, right now, of course, Jiner is taking... Nana is taking time. Because Jiner just played bishop g5. Interesting. So I actually don't know this line. What can you say about this bishop g5 move?
Yeah, so this has gotten more popular over the last couple of years. In general, like this move order with knight f3 is quite interesting. It does allow black a couple of options. The first one would be actually to go back into the Rogozin, which we mostly see with this move order when white starts with knight f3, d5, knight c3, and then bishop b4. So that would be one option for black, but of course short castle is sort of what many people play that are maybe not ready for the Rogozin. And after bishop g5, well, white just wants to develop with e3 and then sort of the same as we saw in the Slav to just play e3 after the bishop is already out of this pawn chain and then to sort of finish that development. Of course, the downside, of course, is also that now black can sort of strike with c5, which I believe Nana might also play, because now, well, black has some ideas with queen a5 and sort of using the fact that the bishop is already out of there and that white is sort of lacking a bit the development of the king side, and black can try to generate some threats in the center here and especially on the queen side.
But you know, Felix, what comes to my mind is actually as Jiner started with knight c3 and then put knight on f3. I'm just pointing out that normally if someone wants to play the Nimzo Indian against you, you first play knight f3, then wait for d5, and then you play knight c3, and then maybe you get into the... So basically this is the preparation from Jiner, so she specifically wanted knight c3 to be faced by bishop b4, because here she could have started with knight f3. But definitely, of course, it would be a different story than maybe bishop b4 wouldn't have been played by Nana.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that one of the advantages is that maybe she wants to avoid, for example, the Queen's Indian. That could be one explanation, or the Bogo Indian, for example. So there are many different like positive and negative sides of those move orders. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Zhu's preparation is going to be here. This line is quite topical and very, very dynamic.
Yeah, maybe shortly also about their matchups earlier. Dzagnidze actually won one game against Zhu Jiner, and they had 4 draws earlier. Altogether, they played 5 games against each other. And basically, the last game they played was also in Nicosia Grand Prix, so just recently, and it was actually Sicilian Khan. And as you were mentioning before, like all the time, the e4 was played. So one of the game was Karo Khan, the other game was Sicilian Najdorf. So now there is a big surprise for the Georgian player with this 1d4, and it seems like it's working out.
Yeah, exciting to see how this is going to unfold. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, all the players can basically play anything. They're so strong. And, well, that means also that they can do basically anything in the opening stage.
Yeah, and also this game which they played in Nicosia was the game which was played in the final round. And basically, in case Jiner would win that game, she would get a clear first place. And basically, they were playing the very long game till only kings with 70 moves. It was actually a very good game from both sides. It was equal almost all the way, but of course, Jiner was trying her best to squeeze a victory there, because it would be important for the standings to get clear first place and get more Grand Prix points. So, yeah, very interesting matchup we're having here. Nana was defending very well, but we'll see. h6 is on the board, and bishop g4. Bishop h4, very logical.
Yeah. And like as I would say, 2 very logical follow-ups, either d5 or c5. Both make a lot of sense. So maybe we can just go through the other games just to make sort of a picture on...
Of course, absolutely, yes. Let's see. Let's go to the game of Kosteniuk against Vaishali. Oh, we are having similar position.
Another Nimzo, and I'm very excited to see this line, because this is something I actually played myself quite recently. And it's a very interesting sideline. So after e3, one of the huge moves in this line, very old and classical line, and still being played on the highest level. Short castle, bishop d3, and now rook e8. Have you seen that move before?
Rook e8, no, I haven't seen. Actually, I play with white here instead of bishop d3, a3 move. So it's another, of course, variation where you're forcing black to take on c3, doubling the pawns. The whole idea is that you have 2 bishop advantage, but black is going to try to push on the pawn on c4 with moves like c5, b6, knight comes to, bishop comes to a6, and knight goes through c6 to a5.
c6 to a5, often this pawn on c4 becomes a pretty big target, but as you mentioned, white has the 2 bishops, and often quite dangerous ideas to build a huge center with f3 and e4, and if this bishop also joins the attack, it can actually get very dangerous for black pretty soon.
Absolutely, but bishop d3 is of course completely different. Yeah, the one of the ideas to bring the knight to e2 very quickly to support the knight on c3.
Knight e2 is one big idea, or also the development with knight f3. And maybe to point out, c5 is one of the big moves for black, but I would say the very classical line is d5. And now white has a couple of different options. One is a3, which I think is getting more popular and more popular now, just again to gain the bishop here. And of course, I would say the biggest main line is with knight f3 followed by short castle. And just to see that now, maybe I can briefly explain the idea behind rook e8, which we actually also see in the game. Now Alexandra Kosteniuk played the move knight f3, and now Vaishali hasn't committed her pawn to d5 yet, but now she can go for d6 and then often followed by e5 on the next move. And now this knight on f3 can be sort of misplaced, because once e5 comes, black is already threatening to win a piece with e4. Wow. But it's probably the best move for white in this position. It's hard to say if it's actually the best, but maybe one of the most critical lines is knight e2 in this case, because now this whole setup with d6 and e5 makes a bit less sense, since black doesn't have this threat with e4 later on. But now black argues that, well, he's going to play d5, and now the knight on e2 is sometimes not as well placed as on f3. That's sort of the argument that is to be made here.
Yeah, but also rook e8 is probably in that position is not in the best square, so to say, because of course if white is not taking on d5, then rook is doing not much on e8.
Yeah, that's an argument, but on the other hand, the bishop can also often drop back to f8, which is an upside, and also in many cases this e-file also opens up. So yeah, rook e8 is probably, there are more logical moves or more useful moves in the position, but it's just one way to get sort of a fresher position in that line. So really like Vaishali's approach, again coming very well prepared to her match today.
Yeah, knight of 3.
Queen b3 on the board. Just maybe to mention, I had one game pretty recently in the European Chess Championship, and I had the black pieces, it went like this. And now e5, and maybe to point out, because it looks like this pawn is hanging. That's actually how my game went, because black cannot take the knight, because then the queen is going to drop on the 8 because of this tactic. But actually the whole idea is for black just to sacrifice the pawn, sort of in a long-term manner, and then just to play for long-term compensation, because these pawns are quite weak. The bishop on c1 doesn't really do much, and yeah, that's sort of the whole idea for black in this line. But queen b3 being played.
The only thing what I can say about queen b3 is like part of the 1d4 repertoire, which also is in my course, but it's of course it's a third move, so it's the Nimzo instead of queen c2, which is more main line, or e3, you're playing queen b3, and so yeah, one of the ideas, of course, that if bishop takes on c3, then it would be a good version of queen c2, where black just took on c3, and in case of c5 and a5, there are, yes, for example, like a5, you can play a3, immediately targeting the bishop, and bishop has to take, so then you're getting...
Well, there might be some funny ideas like this. This often works. Not sure if it does here, but maybe. And there are often these ideas when the queen gets trapped like this.
Poor queen. Yeah, actually it is trapped, so you have to be very careful. Yeah, because here the pawn on d6 is already there.
Yeah.
Yes, completely different story.
Interesting variations. So that might be one argument to start with bishop takes e3 to avoid this, but well, also here c5, as you mentioned, a5, very interesting. Maybe also knight c6 is also quite a typical idea, just to defend that bishop for now and then to push e5 later on.
Yeah, no, yeah, also knight from c6, as you're saying, supporting e5, so yeah, very good square. And okay, d5 is not coming anytime from white, so yeah, definitely one of the moves which Vaishali, I would say, is considering. But it looks like she's spending time, so she was not expecting queen coming to b3. I think it was first time that she's now currently out of the preparation.
Yeah, and gonna see an exciting middle game fight with quite a, well, not so theoretical position here.
Yeah, talking also about their matchup, maybe briefly, they played altogether 3 classical games. Kosteniuk won one of the games and 2 other were drawn. In Rapid and Blitz, they actually played quite a lot. Like they played in Tata Steel India, they played in Global Chess League, in the World Blitz Championship, and in those shorter time controls, it's actually 5-2 for Kosteniuk with 2 draws. So pretty interesting results, and they actually earlier had almost all the time like either English opening or a Salimova or French defense Steinitz variation, so now they're getting to something new, and in shorter games they usually had e4, e5, but of course shorter time control is completely different, and some of them was also the Scotch Gambit, so Yeah.
Well, thank you for those statistics. It's always nice to hear what the past results have been.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, because I think that today's actually round features players who have not played so much against each other. So yeah, because some of the matchups like we had previous round, like for example Anna Muzychuk against Nana Dzagnidze, they played like so many games against each other. But many players now are fresh against each other. But anything can happen. Even though Kosteniuk won one game, it happened quite some time ago, and anything can happen now.
Absolutely. And maybe we can head on to Zhongyi against Lela Javakhishvili, where, wow, many moves have been played. One of the biggest theoretical lines in the Joko piano. Let's just go through on what happened. So, very well-known.
Yeah, somehow the central pawns disappeared.
Territory, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, one of the lines were, black does not go for d6, which is sort of mostly played the more classical approach, but immediately tries to fight for the center with d5. And now we often see that the pawn e5 sort of can become a target, and Lela solves that problem by going bishop g4, pinning the knight and the queen. h3, bishop h5, now knight bd2. Maybe it's good to point out that trying to win the pawn with g4 is often not a good idea, because the king will become quite weak, and in many cases also black has some tactical ideas with queen f6. In that case, I would say that something like c6 would also give black very good compensation, because the king is just quite weak due to g4 being played, and black often has ideas with f5 just to continue attacking like that. That could backfire very, very soon for white. So knight bd2 was played, knight b6, bishop b3. Now I think there have been some sort of transmission errors. The line continues with queen takes d3, so this is the position we're going to reach. So yeah, that's the position which was seen on the game, but with black to move after knight takes
knight 5.
Queen f5. Yeah, so now we are back
in the
game. After queen e2, rook d8, knight e4. Both players still sort of blitzing everything. Queen c8 still one of the moves. I think this has been played by. It's not here. I think there are still some technical errors, perhaps. Because now white could take c5. So maybe we're gonna wait until that has been cleared up.
Resolved. Yeah, exactly. So that's sure not what happened. So maybe just also briefly mentioning, they played together 7 classical games, 3 draws and 2-2. So 2 games Zhongyi won, 2 games Lela. And one of the games they played was in Nimso English, the other one was in Queen's Indian, and the other was in English, so with the same colors for sure. And actually since 2019 they have not played a single classical game. So basically back then they played in Chinese league, where Javakhishvili won, but he was playing with white back then. So since then they actually haven't played a single game. So first game after 6 years. It's going to be really exciting, and we'll follow the action definitely later.
Absolutely.
Once we get the moves straight.
So the last game, which we haven't seen yet, is Anna Muzychuk against Nurgyul Salimova, and it started out with the very solid Scotch 4 knights. Should be 4. Very standard stuff. I'm a bit surprised that Anna Muzychuk goes for that line, since it's sort of always seen as a very, very solid line. Some might even call it like a drawing approach for white, but I don't think that she's intending to play that for a draw. I think she's actually trying to make a lot of pressure against Nurgyul Salimova today. A very important game for the overall standings.
Yeah, definitely.
Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, definitely very important, and also, the problem is, Nurgyul had not such a great event so far, but in some games she was striking, like against Kosteniuk. So, literally anything can happen right now. So h3, stopping some bishop g4 ideas.
And preparing queen f3 at the same time. c6, improving control of the center. Queen f3, bishop d6, and now rook e1 on the board. And with this move, we can already see that Anna Muzychuk is ready for a fight. Often players go for something like bishop g5, and then we see those exchanges, and well, there have been just so many peaceful results in this line. Often white tries to regroup the knight to f5, and then we see some opposite color bishop endgames. So as we anticipated, Anna Muzychuk trying to get a fighting game today as well.
Yeah, it looks like this, and rook now coming to e1. Now the question is, what is the black idea here? What's the black's plan in this position?
Yeah, black has many different ideas in general. One is just to put the rook on the half-open b file with rook b8. Then black even, I saw some lines where black has ideas with rook b4 and then even rook h4.
Wow.
I saw that in some lines, just a very nice maneuver. Other than that, black can try to gain some space with a5 as well. At some moment, it's always an idea to push for c5, but you have to be very, very careful with that because the pawn on d5 then can often become a target as well. But yeah, for now, black can maybe think of just avoiding bishop g5 for good with a move like h6.
That's what I was actually thinking about, because it feels like bishop g5 is one of the threats. As you were mentioning, also rook b8 is indirectly stopping bishop coming to g5 because it's putting pressure on the pawn on b2. But I can say that maybe white could even sacrifice that pawn getting into that endgame with more weak pawns. But yeah, I'm not sure, but definitely something like rook b8. I don't know if bishop g5 is possible, but
yeah, you can think about many of those ideas, even though in the endgame, I don't know, it's going to be enough here.
Yeah, probably it's going to be enough with two bishops, right?
Yeah. But there are often ideas to give the pawn on b2, like especially this pawn on h7 then can often be sort of a target. So there are those ideas. And maybe we should also mention like what is white actually aiming for. This plan with bishop g5 is of course still in the picture, but after h6 those exchanges often lead to nothing special. I saw some games where white plays for bishop f4, trying to trade those bishops. Because in general, white sort of wants to try and play long-term on the better pawn structure, because black sort of has a worse pawn structure. Often this c5 square becomes available for this knight, and especially in that regard, it makes a lot of sense to trade those bishops so that this knight perhaps can go via a4 to c5 quite often.
Yeah, we can maybe agree that white wants to trade dark squared bishop and black wants to trade the light squared bishop, because it looks like bishop on d3 is much stronger than bishop on c8, and as you were mentioning, the pawn chain on d5, c6 is on light square, so it's definitely going to be a target at some moment, which of course black should avoid.
Yeah, absolutely. That's also why an idea like even a5 followed by bishop a6 could be considered in some cases, just to try and exchange those pieces. And there's also one other quite nice regrouping. Often white goes for knight e2, d4, hitting the pawn on c6, and often also trying to get into f5. That's also quite a nice maneuver.
Yeah, and talking also about this pairing, we have actually quite... Okay, first of all, it's a central game of the round, because it's a question if Anna will manage to keep her lead in the tournament or not. But they had quite some history. Altogether, they had, in the classical, they had 5 games, and all of them were drawn. So no one won a game. They had actually quite different opening. I just see that they went for the Scotch 4 knights. So it's completely different to what they had before. They had open Spanish, they had Caro-Kann pawn variation, and they had Petrov's defense earlier. And 2 years ago, in World Cup 2023, in the semifinals, it was a sensational when Nurgyul Salimova managed to beat Anna Muzychuk. But they had, of course, both drawn games in the classical, so those games were drawn. But after that, they played again, they played the tiebreaks with the rapid time control. They won each one of the games. And finally, after that, Salimova managed to win with 3.5 to 2.5. And in both rapid games, it was Caro-Kann. And it was like this variation of knight c3 takes on e4, knight takes on e4, knight f6. Those sharp variations where trade on f6 happens and white is castling long. And one of the games it was a draw, and the other game actually Nurgyul managed to win with black pieces against Anna Muzychuk. So quite an exciting match. And with that, of course, Nurgyul managed to get to the finals of the World Cup 2023. So definitely would be a good game for Anna to try to score a revenge in this case. But definitely Nurgyul is a player who you shouldn't neglect. She can do very well. If she is not in such a good shape, it doesn't mean that, because she had actually the rest day yesterday. So maybe now she is full with energy, and Anna has to be careful.
Absolutely, as you mentioned, that World Cup performance she was showcasing there, it was incredible. I was watching that tiebreak as well. It was so exciting to see their games, and Nurgyul in the end was able to clinch actually a spot to the candidates tournament back then as well. It's a very impressive performance by her. And at the moment she's still thinking how to develop.
Yeah, she's still taking time. Definitely, it's also psychologically a bit tough to face the leader of the tournament with black pieces. But as we already said, all the players here are extremely strong, and you can never say some result is expected. Even looking at the ratings, at the titles, or whatever, anything can happen at any particular moment.
Exactly. And I just noticed, I didn't even see that before, that it actually also started out with the Petrov, but
Oh, yeah, actually, yes.
then Anna went for the 4 knights. Yeah, I somehow assumed that it started with knight c6, but it's also a nice strategy because you can play the 4 knights against the Petrov and against knight c6.
Nice.
So it's a very practical approach, I believe, by Anna Muzychuk in today's game.
Yeah, and it shows that she's ready for a fight, and she wants to have a fight today.
Exactly.
So yeah, we checked actually all the games. Maybe it's time for us to go again one more round, check what has changed. I'm very interested to see what Jiner has played against Anna Dzagnidze.
Wow.
And we have 3 pawns in the center, c4, d4, and e4 now, suddenly.
That's gonna be exciting for sure.
Yeah, so we had actually earlier bishop on g5, and after h6, bishop went back to the h4 square, and
No b6 being played. Anna Dzagnidze was thinking a couple of minutes for that move. Never saw that before here. It does look quite dangerous to allow e4, but now we need to calculate quite a lot. What happens after g5?
Ooh.
Is Jules gonna sacrifice the piece?
It's actually a big question. Yeah, because e4 pawn is hanging. Let's just maybe point out that, okay, if bishop goes back, okay, we can also check this line, of course. It's just pointing out that bishop cannot go back because knight immediately takes on e4, and that's game over. So sacrifice must happen on g5.
It looks like it, yeah. And if takes, does look like e5 is coming.
e5 is coming, bishop e7, let's
I
say.
can go back here. It's not entirely obvious yet why White's attack is going to be so strong, but maybe just e5.
e5, and then trade the bishops and play something like bishop d3, queen h5. Oh, maybe bishop h6 first instead of
Yeah,
trading.
because somewhere around here, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Well, now White probably has a perpetual, but I assume that Black can always go for something like f5 maybe. And then it's not going to be easy to have enough of an attack here. So bishop h6, you were suggesting that looks very strong, just keeping as many pieces on the board as possible. And
yeah, because there is a threat of bishop queen g4, and also in case some piece jumps on g5, then h4 or f4 can happen. So
yeah, for example, if Black goes for bishop e7, queen g4, and the check can be blocked for a moment, but h4 will probably decide the game.
yeah, just going to seal the deal, and for that reason, we can see that Nana is taking time right now. Can she go in this variation? But what else if g5, maybe one more time, let's check other move from Black. g5 takes, bishop take, either.
I was thinking if there might be knight takes e4 here,
Oh, nice idea, actually.
since White cannot take with this knight because of the pin, and if White takes with this knight, then at least Black can take on h4. The king is a little bit weak, but it doesn't seem like White can make use of that in the moment. And also Black does have the bishop here. The bishop could be quite a powerful piece on this long diagonal here. So that might
It looks actually kind of an idea, yes.
Nana's idea here.
The question is if there any anything else, like queen f3, using the diagonal, and well, evaluation bar says no.
Yeah, the queen also might get trapped in many cases on a8. That could be one thing. Maybe something like this. I don't know if I can take here, but I was hoping to
trap the
maybe trap the queen like this. And also Black has many pieces in the attack. Queen might join in on f6 or g5, and queen on a8 is going to have a hard time.
Yeah, that's definitely not something what White wants to have. So
That's very interesting, this move b6 here. And seemed like it also put Jiner out of her preparation.
the question is it like, did it put her out of preparation, or was it some kind of I would not say like bluff, but spending some time to there are sometimes some players are doing that. I mean, like it happens very rare, but sometimes as a player, taking some time before playing some critical move and making you believe that as if it was some kind of a blunder or he missed something, but in reality it was a preparation. I believe, who was it, Grishuk or Dubov? Someone at some moment there was like one of the games.
I think it was Grishuk, yeah. And I'm also personally guilty of doing that in some of my own games.
Really?
And sometimes it can work actually quite successfully. I remember one game of my own where I was actually prepared for 30 moves or so, but I spent time so that I had like only 40 minutes on the clock, so it seemed like I was playing on my own. But then I actually won like making like 3 moves on my own in the end, because it just worked pretty well. Of course, you never know how it would have ended if I wouldn't have spent any time at all, but it can be a nice strategy.
Felix, are you a good poker player?
Maybe I haven't tried it yet.
You should try after this bluffing a couple of times.
Yeah. Have you tried playing poker yet?
Yes, a couple of times, but not like for money or anything like this. But just. Me neither.
Okay.
But we have many actually poker players among the chess players, and maybe that actually can also contribute to some of the characteristics, some traits of the character of chess players. Yeah.
There is like this saying that usually, or in many cases, chess players are often good poker players, and also kind of the reversed way. But interesting. So e4 being played, and Nana Dzagnidze thinking now. Not sure if she has a good alternative to g5.
Yeah, because it looks like e5 is a big strat, and you don't really want to play bishop e7 back, because you're just bringing your bishop backwards, and after e5 there is so much space for white.
The knight would have to go sort of an ugly square like h7, and white just has so much space. Bishop d3, and it looks like white has quite a nice advantage here.
Is there anything else for black besides g5? Not really, right?
Yeah, I was thinking like if black plays something bishop e7, I also think that e5 would be quite crushing, and if black goes for g5 now, which is sort of a typical idea, now white could even think about taking on g5 with a knight.
And now knight e4, it's a different story. And first of all, not taking a pawn, and secondly,
I think the pawn makes quite a big difference, because the knight is able to jump into f6 later on. So that would probably be...
Yeah, almost game over, or even game over, So g5, big question right now for Nana. Is she going to play it? Maybe we'll give her some time to think, because it's quite a decision to play g5, go for that line.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we can check the game of Olga Badelka against Mariya Muzychuk. And looking at the position, and shortly also about the evaluation bar, looks like quite a knight on e5. And pawn is already on c5.
Wow, what happened here?
Yeah, let's go back and see.
I have no words, because it looks like Olga Badelka has a pretty large advantage already. So queen b3, queen b6, knight e5, bishop f5 back, knight c3, e6. Looks very standard so far. c5 on the board, queen c7. I guess we should point out that this endgame could be a bit unpleasant for black, because white is in time to push b4 followed by b5.
It looks like reversed London endgame. It
would be even nicer to have the bishop on f4, I guess, but a position like this can often go pretty wrong for black if white pushes this pawn forwards, even often to b6.
Yeah, so if this position is good for black with such pawn structure, so with white it's extra tempo. So
so queen c7
must be played.
And e4.
Wow.
What an idea. And Olga Badelka was blitzing this, so it seems like she was in fact prepared. I guess the idea is to just bring in the bishop, playing for super dynamic chances.
It's a very interesting move, like putting the pawn under attack, like for 3 pieces, bishop, knight, pawn, and you just go for e4, opening up that bishop. I believe white desperately needs a bishop from c1.
And it will also put some pressure on the queen on c7. So white is playing for dynamics here. Bishop takes e4 on the board. Seems like this was not the right recapture. but maybe we should figure out first why.
Yes.
So maybe bishop f4 looks logical.
I believe right now is Olga thinking, right? Like
Yeah.
it's her move now. Okay. So bishop f4. What's the problem here?
Queen c8.
Somehow.
A difficult position, yeah.
Maybe knight h5.
Yeah, knight h5 could be.
Yeah. Now there is no knight jump because even if knight g6, you can take with the knight on f4,
Yeah.
so it's not
Yeah.
working out any longer. So bishop f4 is not the move. Is there idea of, I wanted to say like f3 and if bishop...
Well, if bishop g6, then you maybe could consider bishop f4.
Because there is going to be, after knight h5, indeed knight g6, because it's going to be an extra piece.
And
going to
now, it's quite a big difference here, eh?
Yeah, it's going to be a different story completely.
So f3.
And if bishop goes to f5, maybe g4?
That does look
And then still bishop f4.
dangerous.
after.
Bishop f4, even h4 could be one idea, trying to trap the bishop now.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
f3 looks very powerful, and after bishop g6, bishop f4, still looks like black could just try and sort of play solid. I mean, Mariya is a pawn up after all, but white's pieces are so active.
Like 3 light pieces are out, knight is already on e5. Normally, in such pawn structure, when the pawn is on d4 and the other pawn is on c5, then usually black might have a plan to go for the e5 break, but here, white is simply blocking on this e5 square with the knight and the bishop. So it's very interesting that there is not going to be any counterplay on the e file and against the d4 pawn.
Yeah. And here, I'm still trying to think how white is actually gonna continue the initiative, since, well, black can think about just trading knights with knight bd7. It's not entirely obvious yet. Maybe white can sort of just continue pushing with g4 and h4. Seems like this is not the right approach here. What else should white be doing here?
A big question.
And
So you tried the g4, right?
g4, yeah.
What about h4?
Looks like that's the right way to start, but I'm just curious, why not start with g4? What's the difference there?
No, because now it's a big threat to trap the piece, no? Or it doesn't look like...
Is h5 already a threat?
Actually, it can be taken, by the...
But one thing could be that after g4, maybe black is in time to sort of trade those knights with knight d7, and if you start with h4, then knight d7 doesn't work anymore because you're already in time for h5. And f3 has been played.
f3 is on the board, so Olga managed to find this idea of the f3 attacking the bishop. Now the question is, where does the bishop go? The bishop has to go f5 or g6, one of the two ways.
Going to f5 does seem like it also gives white extra time to get in g4. Oh, looks like Mariya Muzychuk is under pressure.
Yeah, she is. I believe that she didn't realize before how much under pressure she is, but right now, after f3 is played, she plays bishop g6. Yeah, of course, it makes a lot of sense. Because bishop f5 would allow this g4 for free, so it doesn't make any sense. So bishop g6, but now, big question. So bishop f4 feels like a logical move. Knight h5 doesn't work, so queen has to go back.
Certainly looks like it, yeah.
Bishop f4 is on the board.
Has been played. Mariya Muzychuk. What else can she do instead of queen c8? It looks like it is a forced move.
Yeah, because knight g6 is a huge threat. Yeah, you have to move the queen.
Yeah. And now Olga Badelka probably has to find the move h4. Seems very, very strong for white when this bishop on g6 is in quite a lot of trouble.
Yeah, huge trouble here for black. But let's first realize what is actually this threat. Is h5 actually a threat in the position?
Well, so if black makes a move like, I don't know, bishop e7 maybe? Then, yeah, h5 still black can probably take. So I would be thinking of just playing g4. And now the problem is, well, h5 is a huge threat when the bishop would be trapped. And probably the only way for black to stop that is to either go h5 or h6. But in those cases, white can often take on g6, and then all of the light squares are super weak, and white can try to immediately go after them with something like queen c2 or bishop d3. It's going to be very difficult for black to protect all of those weak squares.
Yeah, and if you can reroute the other knight to via e2, c1, d3 to e5, then this pawn is going to be lost. And okay, the other also point is that bishop on d3 is coming as well.
This looks very, very powerful for white.
Yeah, that would be
queen
a
c8 on the board. Olga Badelka thinking.
Will she go for it? Will she go for the h4? Do you think she realized right now that she has a better position? What do you think?
Hard to say. It does seem like she's very well prepared in this game. And since she was sort of stopping after bishop takes e4, maybe she sort of realized it's not a move I checked, so maybe the computer wasn't such a huge fan of it. So I think that she does sort of smell that she has a chance here.
It's actually a good point that you're mentioning. Normally when you're playing a game and you have prepared some of the lines, normally prepare against the best moves, right? And then if some move is played which you were not checking, then most likely it's going to be a mistake. And for that reason, of course, Olga spent some time, and then she realized, well, I have a f3 idea. Now after bishop f4, big threat, knight g6, queen c8. Suddenly all pieces of black are going backwards. And now it's a chance to use this initiative, because if in case white is going to play slow, like playing something like bishop e2, just finishing the development, at some moment black is going to stabilize, develop the pieces, and just going to be just a pawn up. So for that reason, this advantage which Olga has is dynamic, so she has to play dynamically as well here.
Exactly, yeah. And the thing is also that, well, often you don't know a move which is like not supported by the computer, but then actually to sort of realize the advantage is very, very difficult. Like there are many cases where, yeah, your opponent makes a move which is not in your preparation. It's also not a good move objectively, but then sort of to actually realize that advantage is very, very difficult. And I'm really excited to see if Olga Badelka is able to find sort of the most aggressive approach now, which probably is h4. Trying to get out the maximum. I was also thinking here that maybe knight h5 could be considered, just not allowing h5 at the moment, but maybe the white bishop can retreat, and then g4 is still coming.
Yeah, definitely is possible, and then after g4, h5, white would just trap a piece, so
exactly.
Yeah, very tough position for Mariya. And yeah, reminding the previous round, actually, in the previous round, Olga did a mistake out of the opening, so it was already like closer to the middle game already. She did a huge mistake, and she was actually pretty, like very fast, almost like losing against Vaishali. And now suddenly it's completely reversed, and she managed with this interesting opening idea get such a great position against the former world champion. Let's not forget Mariya Muzychuk used to be a world champion, and yeah,
what an exciting game. Pawn sacrifice already as early as move 9. So I don't think we see any other, like, okay, Zhu against Dzagnidze is probably also going to heat up pretty soon. Maybe we will see.
Maybe let's check it one more, because I'm just interested if g5 was played.
Oh, wow.
She didn't play it.
Not on the board. Nana did go back bishop e7 after 10 minutes of thinking. And now it does seem like Jiner, maybe she'll make 5 out of 5.
And we were talking about this, if you're playing passive in this position, playing with a bishop back to e7, first of all, you're playing black, you're already down a tempo, then you're playing bishop b4, then bishop goes back to e7. Meanwhile, all white's pawns are controlling the center, so this is not something what you want to do if you want to try to have a fight or just try to equalize, because as black first you have to equalize, and now, Jiner has an awesome position, so much space in the center.
Yeah. Absolutely, and e5 does look very natural to be played. Maybe also white could start with short castle. I do still have to say that black's position is still sort of solid. Like, it's probably not going to be easy to immediately break through with white and play for checkmate just yet. But yeah, white has a very, very nice position, as you said.
Yeah, usually I believe that white is not allowed to go for e4 so early to get this pawn structure, but...
Yeah, this huge center here in this case looks very nice for white.
But as you're saying, this e5 is definitely, it's a move, but you have to be really careful about it because you're weakening also some squares, and maybe, you know, sometimes you're saying the threat is better than execution, so maybe it's better to keep the pawn on e4 for some time.
Just
because
maybe castle first, could be one idea.
But actually, as we're looking at the evaluation bar, it says not really.
Yeah, I mean, I was also thinking of an idea like taking on f6 even, which does look sort of counter-logical, giving up the bishop pair. But I was thinking after black takes back, then e5, bishop e7. Now this bishop is maybe actually a little bit worse than if we compare it, for example, to a position like this. Because the knight on h7 is sort of helping with the defense. Also the queen is now getting activated. And if we again compare it to this position now, black's king is sort of weak. Maybe white can try to play for ideas like that, bishop c2 followed by queen d3. And it's going to be way more difficult for black to sort of combat those threats.
Especially, especially because pawn is on h6 right now, so playing something like g6 is going to fail at some moment because h4 and h5 are going to be so much more easier to play, and at some moment even sacrifices on g6 can happen. I mean, brilliant idea, kill the defender on f6 and go for an attack. Yeah, because the bishop on the on the e7 is not really helping with defense so much as the knight would help on f6 or h7. Brilliant idea, like a lot.
Yeah, bishop takes f6 does look quite interesting in this case. I was actually quite a little bit afraid to suggest that move because it does give up the bishop pair for actually not so many reasons, and well, you usually have to have sort of a good reason to give up the bishop pair. But yeah, after thinking about it, it does make some sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Will Zhuzhina be able to come up with this idea? Anyway, she will probably have quite a nice position.
Yeah, for sure. And it also reminds me the semi-Tarrasch a little bit, because in semi-Tarrasch lines sometimes something similar can happen because this knight from f6 has been traded for the knight on c3, and at some moment this e5 can be pushed, and this lack of the defense on the with the knight on f6 is something what normally also finish many games in that opening. Of course, it's a completely different opening, but similar ideas. A defender on f6 is definitely very important.
That's a great point. So, should we head on Kosteniuk against Vaishali, perhaps?
Let's go. Let's see. The battle of generations.
And Zhuzhina has just made a move, so maybe we can...
Just quickly.
She went for e5 immediately. Very, very logical decision.
Absolutely logical,
well. And in Kosteniuk against Vaishali, so we did see the position after queen b3. So she did take on c3 right away and went for e5, which I was also thinking about earlier, because white cannot win the pawn on e5 because there's going to be rook takes e5, and after queen takes e5, queen takes d3, and the important point is that the e8 square, the e8 square is guarded by the knight on f6, so black would be winning in this case.
Yeah, pretty upsetting for white. There is no checkmate on e8, but yeah, and now suddenly black is actually having a space advantage in the center. White has definitely the bishop pair, but the bishop on c1 is not that active yet. Of course, white wants maybe to play at some moment for some b3 and bringing bishop to b2 and try to open up. But yeah, I feel like that black is currently leading in the development, already castled and ready to play something like bishop g4, developing the other bishop. And the question is where to develop also the knight. And e4 at some moment could be an idea to to nail that pawn on the e4 square. But of course, you have to be very careful with that move because it also can be weakened there on e4.
Yeah, and this diagonal would open up as well. So if white is able to consolidate with b3 and bishop e2, maybe there could be some slight advantage in there. But as you mentioned, black sort of has a lead in development, and knight e6, short castle, and a5 is the current position. Maybe even some ideas with knight b4 could be there. So it does look like an opening success for Vaishali.
Yeah, looks like a great position. I'm just wondering, so if b3 is played, then knight b4 you're suggesting, correct?
Could be one idea. I'm not sure if it does so much. Knight takes e5 still not possible because black could take on c2 and then on e5. Just to point that out.
Everything is hanging, so not really possible. Bishop b1 maybe? Coming back with the bishop.
Yeah, and then a3. That would be one idea. And then the knight probably just has to go home again. Also the pawn on e5 now might in fact be hanging. So maybe knight b4 not the best idea. Could also consider bishop g4, maybe taking on
like
f3.
bishop g4. Looks definitely like a good move. At some moment, some bishop takes on f3 could be ideas, and
yeah, for example, if bishop e2, I'm wondering. It's a very unbalanced position. White does have like the long-term advantage of the bishop pair, but at the moment the king could become quite weak, and maybe black can try to use that fact by bringing the queen into h3. And we do have a move. I think b3 is on the board.
yeah, very logical, definitely. Yeah, and yeah, bishop g4 also looks logical, because where else do you want to develop the bishop? I mean, of course, the long diagonal is another option, but it's two moves, first of all. It's taking too much time. And meanwhile, as you were mentioning, that white could just consolidate and...
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, also you often see this bishop on this diagonal as well, but maybe, as you mentioned, it's time for black to play very dynamically here. It's bishop g4. Also the move you suggested earlier, e4, might be something to consider. I was thinking something like this, because now the white king is sort of alone on the king side, so maybe there are some ideas to try and use that with ideas like knight g4, something like that. But might be too early.
Yep, because it looks like almost all the pieces of white are on the queen side.
Yeah.
But computer doesn't like something. Because
Might be in time
the
for
bishop b2.
Yeah.
And then suddenly white is attacking. So that's why this bishop pair is a little, sometimes it can get annoying, yeah, because sometimes you just, the piece can be on the queen side, but you're attacking the king side suddenly. So
Yeah, absolutely. And a structure like this, I would also not be sure, because now the white bishop is also opening up and could even go to this diagonal somewhere.
And there could be also the pawn majority on the queen side later
Yeah.
for the endgame, which also not so clear if would be any good for black. So
Exactly. So a big decision here for Vaishali. I would say that bishop g4 seems like the, I don't know, the move I like the most. Would you agree?
yeah, I also
Yeah.
agree fully. And we have actually zoomed in on Alexandra. She's looking around, also considering now Vaishali is fully focused, locked in into the position and trying to find the move. As they're actually mentioning a few times, that during the round it feels like most of the players usually are seated. They're not walking too much and usually focused on the game, so you don't really see players walking too often. Even the sisters Muzychuk are not really watching so often each other's games. They're more focused on each other's. Like, well, during the interview when they were asked, "Are you also looking the game of your sister?" And yeah, Anna, I believe, or Mariya, someone was mentioning that. Okay, I have also my game on my own. That I have to be focused on that one. Of course, I'm checking at some moment, but not so deep in detail, because there is too much at stake here at the Women's Grand Prix.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And Vaishali thinking. I'm always so happy, like when I see some video feeds. Earlier we could see it when you could see the players and behind you just see nature. Like it just never happened in any other event I saw earlier. It's just so great to see that.
Yeah, I believe the previous 2 Grand Prix, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe just one, the players were seated. Like they were playing in the hotel, the conditions were, I believe the conditions were great, but looking, of course, it looked like the players are just sitting like in some kind of I'm sorry to say, but like some box or like, closed. And here, it's also, very nice for them. They can also, it's actually, I remember we had one discussion during one of the dinners with the arbiters and the fair play team. They said it's perfect also for us because we can sit in the playing hall and we can see everything. We can see each player going out, till which moment do they go? Are they still in the playing area or not? So they can see also everything via the window. So it's also perfect for them, but definitely also for the players. I believe it's pretty nice to, and gives more, maybe better mood for them to play in the nature, which we don't see so often.
Yeah. And here we see the playing venue. As you mentioned, almost all of the players fully focused on their games. Vaishali still appears to be thinking, so maybe we can go to Tan against Javakhishvili.
Yes, definitely. Let's see what new has changed. And
yeah, so let's just see.
Actually, we have to see if the
the transmission has been
fixed.
Fixed, yeah. So
amazing.
This was what we saw, and knight takes e5, queen f5. The idea being that if black takes on e5, then white would be able to capture on h5. And if black captures on d1, then white can take the queen on d3. So
interesting idea.
Queen f5 back, knight f3, rook a8. And now there are all of these ideas with g4 quite often when black has to give the piece, but often the white king is quite weak. So there are some theoretical lines here, a lot of theory. Queen e2 on the board, and now queen c8, which is quite a nice move, just moving the queen back and stepping out of this g4 threat. Knight e4 on the board, now knight d7, bishop f4, and now bishop b6, current position. So looks quite balanced, symmetrical pawn structure, quite solid for both sides. White probably has the more active pieces. Bishop on b3 is placed nicely on this diagonal. But also black is very solid, like a move like rook e8 could come next. Maybe knight c5 trying to trade some pieces. So yeah.
Yeah, I also like this queen on c8 because, as you were mentioning, the queen is away from this open files, E and D files, while the white queen is actually on e2 right now. So it's also, first of all, it's pinned. Bishop from h5 is pinning the knight to the queen, and at any time this rook e8 can come, which would put some pressure. Definitely the position is balanced here. The pawn structure is pretty much symmetrical. But still such differences make me believe that maybe actually black managed to equalize already at this moment.
Yeah, it does look very harmonious for black. I really like the queen on c8, not getting into any danger. And as you mentioned, the queen on e2 does look also nice. But on the other hand, the queen is pinned and could also get into some trouble on the e file. So a very symmetrical position, but so many pieces still on the board, so anything can happen in this game.
Yeah, pretty complex. So let's go maybe to the leader of the tournament, Anna Muzychuk, with white pieces against Nurgyul Salimova. We had an interesting opening.
Yeah, it was the 4-knight Scotch, and I think we left it off here after.
No Petrov, but 4 knights, yeah. Started as Petrov, but
exactly, and rook e1, rook e8 was played. And now Anna Muzychuk goes for bishop f4. As we mentioned, in many cases trying to trade those bishops. And then maybe at some point reroute the knight to either f4 or d4, or even in some cases trying to occupy the often weak square on c5. Still black is very solid in this position as well.
Yeah, as I see this position, like in long term, it should be a good position for white. So if white manages, but white already can trade in the next move the bishops, but maybe white still doesn't want to go for it just yet, not to help black. I mean, ideally, black would play first something like queen c7, and then white would take to win one tempo. But let's say the bishops are being traded, and then we have this endgame, or we're coming closer to the endgame, where black has these 3 pawn islands and white has 2 pawn islands. So, and these pawns on c6 and d5 could be pressured a lot. And now we see also rook a coming to the d1.
Very logical move.
Yeah, putting pressure on the d5. It's very well defended on the d5, but c6 pawn also can be defended at some moment. And if c5 is being pushed, then d5 suddenly is a target. And those are kind of like hanging pawns in the position. And another isolated pawn on the a file. So long term, probably there could be some trouble for Nurgyul.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially practically speaking, like the computer is never really excited here. But practically speaking, it's not so easy for black because you often have the urge to push these pawns, trying to get active. But as you mentioned, it very often backfires in the end.
Yeah, I like actually this rook a d1. So I was actually taught like this. So if you don't find like, if your opponent doesn't have any threats, and you don't have to stop them. If you don't have any like so many useful moves or like attacking moves, you just play a move with a piece which is not working and place it to become better. So you just improve your pieces, and this is what also Anna is doing, following this principle, bringing the rook to d1, and basically now the question is, if black doesn't want to trade the bishop, then bishop has to move, and the question is actually where the bishop goes to. So it's definitely not easy, because d6 is the ideal place for the bishop.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And otherwise, if the bishop moves, the bishop on f4 will also be quite a good piece. So a move you mentioned earlier, which I quite like, is something like queen c7. Black does lose some time here, but still, I think it's sort of also in black's favor just to get rid of this pressure here. And still, black's position is very solid. There are some ideas to maybe get some counterplay with moves like queen b4. Looks quite playable for black as well here. I was thinking if white could also start with a move like knight e2, but I really like the move which was played in the game, as you mentioned, just putting all the pieces on natural squares before trying to start anything. So very natural play until now.
Yeah, and this knight e2 idea is very interesting, definitely, and can be later played. Probably for now, also Anna wants to say, okay, Nurgyul, you must move your queen or move your rook to b8 or like do something. So that's for sure what Nurgyul will do, because there are no other move left. Like I don't see any other move for Nurgyul rather than moving the queen or bringing the rook to b8. That's another move that I can see. But
queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7 makes a lot of sense.
I was also thinking if I could go for knight e2 now, just saying if black takes, then I'm happy, I'm going to take back with a knight. Would also be one option.
Maybe also queen g3 is a threat.
Queen g3?
Yes. So forcing to take on...
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Definitely.
So similar, like black brought the queen to c7, bringing queen to g3.
Trying to renew the whole threat, yeah.
So basically, everyone is fighting for the take. Who will take first? And no one wants to take first.
Yeah, this often happens, yeah. Like you often realize that. It's kind of can be quite an uncomfortable situation, because in general, at least I have a feeling like most chess players want to get rid of this pressure in the position. But it often happens that the first one actually to relieve the pressure is the one who then ends up worse in many cases. So often you need to kind of fight that urge, at least it.
Yeah, usually losing time with that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so current life position after rook 81. Nurgyul, Salimova thinking.
Yeah, maybe we'll let Nurgyul think here for some time, but again, as we were mentioning, queen c7 does look like one of the most logical move. And let's move maybe to the joint number 2 right now in the tournament is Jiner against Nana Dzagnidze. And we see that the bishops have been traded on e7.
Yeah, so here e5 was played. I really need to say I think bishop f6 was quite a nice chance, but it's a very difficult move to play over the board.
Yeah, counterintuitive move.
To say that, just what we mentioned before here. Black is sort of lacking some defenders. White could try to play bishop c2 followed by queen d3, when white would have pretty nice attacking chances. But the move which Zhu played, I think would be also the move which I would play in a game. And e5 very logical, trying to get more space. Knight h5 being played by Nana Dzagnidze, not the move which we looked at earlier, knight h7. And it does look more active because the knight has some chances to move into f4 in many cases. Bishop takes e7 was played, queen takes e7. Now short castle, and do you think Nana is back in the game here?
A big question, because now I would say with this knight on h5 and ideas bringing knight to f4, then this threat of bishop c2, queen d3 is not anymore that dangerous, and maybe actually black is the one who could try something.
Yeah, knight
on the
f4
queen side, on the king
right
side.
away looks quite attractive.
Yeah, you don't really want to play bishop b1 because the rook on a1 is going to be trapped. So bishop c2 does look logical, but then you don't have this queen d3 any longer, as you had in the other lines we were discussing.
Exactly, and the knight on f4 is quite annoying. It's not easy to kick that out. g3 would always run into knight h3 check. And also queen d2 could run into all sorts of sacrifices on g2, for example.
Oh yes, that's actually a good point, because after take on g2, the king will be pinned with the knight due to the bishop from b7, from far, far away.
Yeah.
Suddenly bishop is working. And I'm actually surprised now also looking at the evaluation bar that's saying, okay, just slightly better for white, even though the knight is still on b8. Yeah, knight is not even developed. But I believe also at some moment black could try to break the center with like d6 or f6. I mean this, okay, probably f6 not, because then it would weaken a lot of the light squares, but d6 looks logical, bringing also the knight to d7 and coming into the game, putting also pressure on the e5 pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see a turnaround here after d6. Well, the knight on f4 is just such a powerful piece. Very hard to get rid of it. We'll be thinking of going bishop e4 here with white, just to exchange this very annoying bishop on b7, and now it's going to be easier to play g3. But of course also trading pieces sort of favors the side with less space, so it's also going to make Nana's life a bit easier in some regard.
Yeah, and again d6 or f6, any break can happen at some moment, and then definitely this space advantage which white has right now with the e5 and d4 pawns, it's not going to be the same anymore, and yeah, Nana will manage to stabilize at some moment, and also the lack of the bishop on d3 is minimalizing the attacking opportunities for white on the king side, so it's not going to be definitely the same anymore. So maybe actually Nana has a chance now to come back into the game. Also, we see that computer is confirming that.
Yeah, so just a tiny advantage still for white due to the space advantage. But it does look like black is very solid. Maybe she could also start with a move like d6 and just wait with knight to f4. But it does seem very reasonable just to bring in that knight right away, I would say.
Yeah, because maybe after d6, maybe there could be an idea to play maybe rook c1, I don't know. So the idea is after knight f4, then bishop can come to b1.
Yeah, that could be one idea.
But okay, here is already computer saying, you know what?
Yeah, maybe here it's just that white is maybe a bit too slow because the knight cannot take, because then g2 is going to be hanging. If the pawn is going to take, then rook d8 is going to come, and many things. But one possibility which white might have is to play g3, not letting the knight into f4. That could be one extra option here. But yeah.
Yeah, looks logical, yes, definitely. So yeah, d6, knight f4, some of the moves which black could play, because there are no really other options, since knight cannot be developed from b8 for some time right now. So yeah, knight c6 doesn't make any sense because it would just block the bishop on c6. Yeah. So you must develop it on d7. For that, d6 is needed. So knight f4 or d6 are, I would say, the candidate moves in this position for Nana if she's considering right now. And definitely, of course, she's looking out for any kind of threat which can be there, because knight is not on f6 anymore. There could be at some moment some checkmate ideas on h7, but for now everything looks like in control for black.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Here Nana Dzagnidze thinking, I think she can be quite happy with the outcome now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And should we head on to the encounter between Olga Badelka and Mariya Muzychuk?
Let's go. Let's see what has changed there, and if h4 was played. And we actually get to the same position you were mentioning and discussing. This g6 weaknesses, g6, g7, and e6. Oh my God.
Let's see how
you predicted it.
Got there. Yeah, and we do have another move being played.
And it's castle, so she sacrificed a pawn on g6.
It's going to get very sharp now. So after Olga Badelka's early pawn sacrifice with e4, kind of a shocking move to us, bishop takes e4 seemed like it was not the best recapture for Mariya Muzychuk, and she got immediately under some pressure here, simply because the bishop is a little bit in danger to get trapped, and Olga Badelka immediately trying to use that fact by pushing h4 with the threat of g4 followed by h5. Bishop e7 on the board, g4, and now h5. Now white can recapture, and still white is a pawn down, but black's light squares are sort of weakened, especially the square on g6. Therefore, we saw queen c2 being on the board, now short castle, and bishop g5 was Olga Badelka's move. I wonder if she could have taken on g6 right away. Would that have been an opportunity?
Actually, a good question. So basically, taking back the pawn, she sacrificed. Interesting. And also bringing the queen close to the king also looks super logical.
Bishop d3 is going to come. It could become quite dangerous.
Is there some kind of take on g4 and e5? So just
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well.
I mean, with the knight?
I thought that
with
might
the
also
knight.
be one
Okay.
option, but I was just a bit scared that something like bishop d3 could come, and then it does look quite scary.
I thought actually about the pawn and then
HG4,
playing e5.
So if
And then
white
take with the queen.
recaptures, then e5. That's a very nice idea. Huh?
The computer doesn't really support it, but, or I don't know, actually don't remember what was the previous variation, but.
Does seem quite reasonable, yeah? At least black is getting active again. Maybe there was something better here, but I really like your suggestion.
Maybe knight g4 here, but then.
And if queen g4?
No, I thought e5, but okay, there is just trade of the queen's heavens. Yes, sorry. I just had some hallucination for a moment.
Or maybe knight e4. Also not a good move. I was hoping for that to work, but maybe knight g5 is just crushing. Queen h7 is coming, and if black takes with the bishop, then the h file opens up as well.
Suddenly, all the pieces are working.
Yeah, maybe in fact your suggestion with e5 was sort of the only way to stay in the game. But here, at least practically speaking, doesn't seem so easy for white, because now, well, black's pieces are actually joining the game pretty fast with knight bd7 to come. So,
I'm sorry, just one. I want to try one more move. Maybe knight h5, because we tried knight e4. Maybe knight.
Here, yeah.
Yes, I'm just trying to. It's completely over.
Bishop e5, maybe.
There is a checkmate threat. Okay.
Yeah.
Just because I'm just looking at the evaluation bar and I saw that there might have been something else than e5, but. Yeah, because it's changing a little bit.
Difficult to say. I was also thinking about my move like queen e8 just to simplify.
Looks like your move, yeah?
Because in the end game, it's probably the defense would be easier. And also if white takes, then the pawn on g4 is not protected anymore. So maybe that was another opportunity for black
and
here.
And here if h5, for example.
Then am I getting checkmated? I hope not. But probably I am.
Interesting. Yeah, completely crazy position. Anything can happen.
Yeah, if you can just magically place a rook, another rook on the h file, then I'm in trouble. But yeah, the king is just chronically weak. So, and if this bishop gets to e6 somehow, it would also not end well.
Yeah, it looks like a great position for white, definitely.
Yeah.
Here apparently there was something. Maybe here, knight h5 actually.
But queen e8.
It doesn't work again.
Then the bishop is not
not
hanging anymore. Yeah? Well, maybe I can just go for a move like this.
Yeah,
just
looks
trying to
reasonable,
develop, and then maybe at some point e5 is going to come, trying to open the center. So yeah, it seems like there was something better here. Not easy to find. Olga did go for the move bishop g5, which does look very reasonable, just pinning the knight and the bishop. I'm also thinking if a move like this makes any sense at all. Just avoiding hg4 for the moment.
Actually, a good question. Where do you put the knight? Because if you don't control e5 square, at some moment bishop can go to e5. And if you go to d7,
then
the knight...
other knight cannot move. Still not so easy for white, because...
I'm just wondering if queen g6 and bishop d3 is working.
Yeah, I also was hoping for that. But after bishop d3, I think there's knight f8, which covers everything. h7 square is protected now.
Doesn't work.
Maybe you can still take on e6 here, but it gets pretty much out of control at this moment. Not really what white wants, I would assume.
Super messy. You don't really need that if you have already some nice advantage.
Could also think of taking on b8, but don't really want to give up the bishop as well. Because then the dark squares are going to be quite weak, and black is going to have a lot of counterplay with the queen coming into g3, for example.
Yeah. Maybe actually knight e2. What do you think about it? Just supporting the bishop like this? Oh.
I like that move. On the other hand, now the bishop cannot join on d3 anymore. And now maybe black is able to defend everything like this. Because now usually white would love to get bishop d3 in.
Yeah, doesn't work anymore here.
Difficult situation. Maybe the bishop can move just somewhere, but not an easy call to make a move like this, for example.
I would rather play it maybe on h2 to keep an eye on this diagonal, because queen c7, queen g3 does look like some kind of threat.
That is a nice move, yeah. Bishop h2, just keeping control of this long diagonal. And, well, how do you actually defend that pawn? Queen e8, perhaps?
And then your move bishop d3 is coming.
And now we can see maybe if king h7 now your plan would probably gain in strength with knight e2, knight f4. Apparently not, but I still like the idea. Knight f4 is coming. Maybe black is in time to generate counterplay with e5.
Maybe f4 has to be played to stop that.
Wow.
Okay, computer supports it, but it looks a bit too closed, yeah? Position looks like we pushed this g5, now we pushed f4.
Also, you're closing in the bishop on h2.
But probably now the whole idea is to bring the knight to g3. Now knight e2, knight g3 with the idea of taking on h5 in case king is remaining on the h7 square.
And black has barely any moves. These knights cannot really move anywhere. Maybe think of generating some counterplay with b6. Yeah. Computer's evaluation, of course, sort of unbelievable for us. It just looks very complicated, but maybe white really has some concrete threats on e6 and h5 at the same time.
Oh, actually, yeah, it's a perfect move, yeah, double attack, and not much to do for black.
Yeah, that was a very powerful idea. Going back, bishop h2, then f4, but very difficult to find over the board, I believe. Bishop d3 first, yeah. And after king h7, then f4.
And what is actually current position? Bishop g5 was played, yeah, last move.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now big question, what to do for black? But okay, what we see, I mean, still position looks very, very comfortable for white. Maybe, yes, still pawn on g6 is under attack, but maybe, I mean, we're looking, of course, we see also evaluation bar, and maybe one of the reasons why it's getting a little bit lower, it's this diagonal, that h2 b8 diagonal is not controlled by bishop anymore, and some moment maybe queen c7 could be a threat. But again, how do you defend on g6? So maybe you shouldn't defend. Maybe you should go all in for queen c7, queen g3.
But I'll castle long, and yeah, if black is in time for queen g3 with check, then it's surely quite a lot of counterplay, but yeah, since white can already castle queenside, difficult for black here to generate enough play. But what else can black do?
We can try queen e8.
Just defending.
And also we're defending the bishop on e7.
But if bishop d3?
And now with king h7 would not really work, because we take on f6.
Or on h5, yeah, I think both
actually, yes, actually yours was better.
Work, because here, in the end, now g6 is going to be hanging.
Yeah.
With devastating consequences for black.
Looks like a game over. So yeah, bishop g5 is a pretty strong move. I mean, black is lacking space, and cannot really move the knight from f6. Not really easy to defend on g6. Also, e6 is getting weak, so very uncomfortable position to play in. And even if this evaluation is right now correct, what we can see with evaluation bar, it's very difficult to play like the best moves right now from black, because defending is one of the most difficult things in chess.
It looks so dangerous.
Yeah, incredible.
I was hoping to generate some play with black also involving e5 again, at least to try to get active somehow. Maybe that's the right approach. But even here white could think about taking on g6 right away. It gets very, very complicated with bishop d3 to come. And maybe black is in time to defend everything here. So maybe h takes g4 is still the best choice. And I assume that the idea is to take back, and now I was hoping that e5 would work. And trying to sacrifice some material here. At least that was my idea. Getting some checks in perhaps.
But actually, white doesn't even have to take on f6 because even if knight moves, the bishop on e7 is hanging, so it's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You're right.
So now even queen g2 or something can be played, I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen g2 is a nice idea. Maybe black is able to... I was hoping for some ideas like this, and if white takes, then there are some discoveries, but unfortunately there are none. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
So, exciting game. Should we move on to the next one?
For sure, let's go and check Alexandra Kosteniuk against Vaishali Rameshbabu. We also got pretty unbalanced position, white with bishop pair, and actually she went for the e4 move. Interesting. It looked a little bit controversial, this e4 move. First of all, it's a bit weakening the pawn on e4, and secondly, opening up this long diagonal. Yeah,
e4 is always a move you have to be very, very sure of for exactly the reasons you mentioned. And we were mentioning that bishop g4 is probably a more safer approach, just not opening this diagonal, since the bishop on b2 then can get very powerful. Often this knight on f6 can then not move anymore due to mating ideas on g7. But e4 was Vaishali's move, knight d2, bishop f5, and bishop b2 now. Still a very playable position. Black does have some ideas to attack on the king side. Maybe a move like knight e5 could be considered.
Actually, I like the knight e5, yes.
Because you're also kind of blocking this diagonal now. Vaishali did go for bishop g6. There is one idea which I just want to mention. Often white wants to go for f4, which in fact is a good move here. I was not sure about that, because black cannot take en passant since the bishop on f5 would be hanging. And otherwise, if the knight has to move to some square like g6 now, this would be a very good strategical inclusion for white, because now black doesn't have any attack anymore on the king side, and even white has some ideas to push the pawns with h3 and g4 in some moments. So I think that was one of the reasons why Vaishali actually went back with her bishop, so that now after f4 doesn't work as well anymore, because black can just capture en passant.
I have a question. Why didn't Kosteniuk play f4 instead of bishop b2, or was it even possible? Because here the bishop is hanging on f5. What's the difference to this position?
That's a great question. I would assume that... Yeah, since you mentioned e takes f3 still doesn't work because the bishop is still hanging. Maybe knight b4 can be considered.
Oh, now d3 square is getting under control of black.
Yeah, and well, in the other variation, I guess that after bishop b2, knight e5, f4, knight d3 would still be possible. But now I don't know if I want to take here. Still, I would be thinking about it because the knight on f6 can still never move. But what I was trying to say was that in this position you don't have to go to d3 with the knight, but instead you can capture on c2, which black is not able to do with the knight on e5.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, yeah, still a great point, f4, also an option before.
And now probably this knight e5 is a threat at someone to bring it over to the king side, and definitely the bishop on g6 is super important, defending the pawn on e4, because it's attacked 2 times by knight and the bishop from white, so black has to defend it. So this bishop f5, g6 inclusion was extremely important to support the pawn, and now it looks like knight from c6 can join the game on the king side.
Yeah. Absolutely. And what can white exactly do here?
That's a good question. Yeah, like you cannot really play something like f3. I mean, similar to f4, so it's not really working out.
I would love to get in a3, b4 at some point, trying to gain some space there.
Yeah, as you're mentioning, I mean, I just love the move a5, which Vaishali played earlier.
Yeah.
It just restricts white so much on the queen side, so there is no play.
Yeah, that was a lovely move. Especially otherwise, white could try to play b4 actually right away. So that was Vaishali's idea. And now b4 still might be possible at some moment, but white needs to prepare it quite efficiently to get it. So maybe a3 is one idea here.
a3 and b4.
Yeah.
Gaining more space.
Guess black can still try to avoid it with a move like queen e7. At some point, white is still probably going to be able to get b4.
Yeah, it looks like this, and yeah, maybe right now we let Vaishali take some time, or rather it was it Kosteniuk, take some time in the position after bishop f5 and FIDE move, and maybe let's check the remaining couple of games before heading to a break.
Yes, great idea. So Zhongyi against Lela Javakhishvili was the long Italian line, and I think we left it off somewhere around here after bishop b6. Queen c2 was in fact played in the game, and now knight c5. Lela not taking on f3, ruining white's pawn structure, which in fact would have also been a mistake. Do you see what is the problem with bishop f3? Wow, there's knight g5. That's the point.
Wow, there is a checkmate on h7.
Yeah, and otherwise white is able to recapture an f3 with a knight, which would have then given her the bishop pair.
What a resource.
Yeah, that's
found.
very beautiful. Instead, knight c5 was played, taking, and now knight h4, another beautiful idea by Zhongyi. Not allowing bishop g6, since then white could take, and
Is actually g4 a threat right now?
g4, I don't think just yet, because let's just say black makes a move like a6, g4, then
Bishop.
there's knight
knight
g2 here.
G2, yeah.
That's the whole point. Because I only saw bishop g3 when then black does have queen takes g3. So yeah.
Doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like a promising position for Zhongyi now. Maybe to conclude our first session, we just have a look at this game once again. Looks like it's heading towards an endgame.
Yeah, Anna Muzychuk, current leader, is decided just trading the queens. Can we just go a few moves back just to see what exactly happened? So bishop f4, actually Salimova went for take and then queen b8, double attack.
Kind of forcing the endgame. White could only go queen c1, which is not really a move she would like to make. So we see an endgame where white maybe has some small pressure again because of the better pawn structure, but of course also not that many problems for black here.
Yeah, definitely. So the now big question for Nurgyul is which rook to take, and to that we will see. Again, the bishop on d3 is better than the bishop on e6, so some chances for Anna Muzychuk in this complex endgame going to be there. And for her, of course, it's very important because she's the current leader of the tournament, but half a point behind is Vaishali with Jiner. So very tough for her to keep the leaderboard as well.
Absolutely exciting to see. And I suggest we head into our first break now. And there'll be a very exciting guest afterwards, former world champion Vishwanathan Anand, who I have the honor who is joining me. So see you soon, everyone.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game's afoot. Think you have what it takes? Assemble your team and register now to be part of this chess story that will become chess history.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the broadcast of round number 7 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix Series. I'm delighted to be joined by 5-time world champion Vishy Anand. It's great to have you here. How do you like it in Austria so far?
Wonderful. We've had exciting rounds and some very fun events, like yesterday's simul and dinner, and the tournament's exciting as well. Great venue. So having a very good time, yeah.
It's a great pleasure to have you here. And we have a couple of exciting games. We're talking in the break. I think one of the most exciting ones might be between Olga Badelka and Mariya Muzychuk. Should we jump right into the action?
Yeah, let's take a look there.
So yeah, it started out with a Slav. Quite an early pawn sacrifice. Have you seen this idea?
Yes. Not in this position, but I have stumbled on it. But it's interesting how it went. E4. So the only point of this move is to gain time. If my hunch would be that this is not what we want to do, because it gives this square to the knight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering why not that. And the key for me is that when you do something like this, I can probably take on c5 or something or whatever, but anyway here, oh no, this is much more than I thought. What is the line? I thought if you go...
Maybe bishop f4 can be quite dangerous at some moment.
Then I go queen c8.
And if h4?
And well, this was my quote-unquote big point, which is I thought I can take here. And if you take, I play f6. Oh, that must be very cool. If the computer doesn't want to do anything, it probably wants to go h5 or something. But come on, h5, bishop e4. That can't be right. No, that's not it.
Maybe queen c3 is more powerful for some reason, but...
Yes, so queen c3. Now I have to play f6. Oh, I get it. It wants to bear down like that. Queen c2 and land something on. So, quite interesting. d4, bishop f4, and once again you'll have to step aside.
Yeah.
Or maybe knight h5 is reasonable, because you temporarily solve that problem.
But if the bishop goes back, probably you also have to go back knight f6, otherwise maybe g4, like bishop e3. And
Bishop e3. My plan was to go knight d7.
mm-hmm. Can I go for g4 here? It's a bit of a crazy idea, but knight e5, d e5.
Right, and now I have to capture here.
And now knight e4.
Knight e4 threatens to land on d6.
Yeah.
How crazy is this? You take, I have to capture here. You take, I go king e7.
Should I include queen b7 and then maybe rook g1 so that you don't have queen
b4 check, yes.
Yeah.
But then will I have bishop takes c5? No, you have rook takes g4.
I was hoping for that.
Yeah. So as so e4, very powerful move. After bishop e4, white got that one tempo at the cost of a pawn, and now you get h4. I mean, first threaten a discovery.
Queen probably has to move
back, and then h4. And black's problem is that white threatens g4, but there's nothing black can do in the meantime. You can throw an extra pawn on the into the bargain. something like that. Knight d7, h5. So the bishop is trapped, but I'm going to take a couple of pawns. I can take one here, and maybe take one here. But recently, I get the feeling that the evaluation of the computer is much more skewed for the piece rather than the pawns.
Yeah.
Even the famous Slav endgame, the computer just likes the piece on principle.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it could well be that the understanding of these positions has changed. Okay, so Mariya decided to wait for g4 as well. h5 happened, so I'm saying, well, I can't do anything about the g6 pawn, but queen c2, castles. She went bishop g5.
Yeah, here we were analyzing some lines earlier. Seems like
queen g6.
yeah,
Play knight g4 or queen e8 or
after queen g6, there were some ideas with taking on g4 and then pushing e5.
if I go bishop h6, you go, well, you have to go, oh,
Yeah.
you maybe knight e8 works. But knight e8 I have bishop d3 maybe. So it has to be this. But apparently this is just very slow.
Yeah, if I get knight d7, knight f8 in time.
Yeah, maybe we should actually stick to the eval bar. Because this is, we're not getting the full flavor of how difficult
Yeah,
this is.
yeah.
I don't have time for h5 because you go queen e8.
Mm-hmm.
And if I take the pawn, as you say, maybe e5 just lands. I think now we lost the eval bar as well. Let me see, I can just switch off lines. Is there a function to switch off lines? Oh, we're at 0 out of 5. Okay, so this might work.
Yeah.
I think eval bar I can live with, excuse me.
At least here it seemed like black gets some activity after bishop e5, queen g4.
Yes. It's not even that alone, it's just every move of mine. When I develop my knight on b8 to d7, so when I bring that here, it's attacking that bishop as well, and
Yeah.
so on and on.
Yeah.
So, okay. So what happened in the game? She went bishop g5 first, avoiding these tricks. H takes g4 happened. Simply long castle. What could have happened instead? Perhaps something like h5 works.
And if gh, you were
I thought now I can capture here.
taking, yeah.
Maybe e5 anything.
Again, perhaps, yeah, but
Yeah.
and if d e5, you
Queen takes g4 or
yeah, there is a lot of counterplay there.
or simply queen e6. But this is huge for white. Maybe long castle. Or maybe queen f5. Excuse me. Queen f5 is very strong.
f5. Yeah, that's nice, yeah.
But apparently there was something better. Hang on. What could it be? Maybe bishop takes f6 and rook takes h5?
That looks strong, yeah. Bishop f6, rook h5, defending e5 and
Yeah, if I castle, what was happening? Just queen takes e5. And maybe now bishop takes f6. No,
there is
this
going
one
to be
spoils a hell of a
Yeah.
lot. Is it just something like bishop d2?
wow.
Very calm. Yes. And that's how you attack these positions.
Yeah, it's very
So
difficult.
now
for
rook e1
humans.
is coming, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel it's not like we can't see some of the ideas, just we can't see them all at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not e5, because black is apparently doing very well here. according to the eval bar. So maybe just take. No. That is massively wrong, probably because of bishop d3 or something. Yes, and I'm going to.
Bishop h7 is coming now.
So what could the move be? Queen e8? Queen e8 maybe? No, suddenly this is shifted as well. My God, what is the move?
Does Queen c7 make any sense? Trying to protect e7.
Just to check, after e5 it's already, after e5, d5 it's still better for black. So it's just queen e6 that's a blunder.
Yeah.
But what other move do I have?
Maybe queen g4? And if ef6?
Bishop takes c5 or something. Ah, that's it, right.
Yeah.
And now if I were to do this, you can just play. Or maybe it's just queen g3 check, queen f3 check, and take this or something. Maybe that's the move. Yeah, that seems to be at least one possibility.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was important to play queen g4, not queen e6. Very difficult position, and let's see what happens. Is it bishop d3 or long castles now?
We were also considering fg4, which we thought looks kind of logical. Taking back. Wasn't so sure.
Very much.
Because e5 here seems like a worse version after the e5.
Yes, because just d5 is very strong.
Yeah.
Queen g4, now in comparison with the other line where I had given up the pawn, my pawn is defending the bishop. So there is no problem at all. And after queen g4, well, collect my piece, right? That should be good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she castled instead, and Mariya played knight a6. Is the knight really better on a6 than it was on b8? I don't know. I mean, there it was very close to the f8 square. I mean, I wanted to keep it here so that maybe I move my rook and then swing the knight over like that. And perhaps when there's a mate landing on h7, that knight turns out to be useful there. I mean, just throwing some ideas around. Knight a6, I must say, slightly mysterious move.
Which would be the other moves you would consider?
Well, having said it, might as well show it.
Knight bd7 now.
Okay, it seems to be better than knight a6. And if queen g6, I don't know if queen e8 or rook f7. Oh, this is massively good for black. Maybe then queen e8 is direct.
Yeah.
Yes, apparently. fg4. I don't know if rook f7 or e5, maybe e5 already. And somehow
Yeah, black gets a lot of counterplay, right? In the center.
Yeah, you can see Olga is fully concentrating. Well, both of them in a sense are, because we have passed the moment of playing by general principles. It's all very concrete now.
Yeah. So in the game, knight a6 was played.
Yes.
And
so she, and then fg4 happened?
does look like it, yeah.
Where were you analyzing? I think maybe it's here. And Olga is thinking. Okay. And then let's come back and see. Oh, in fact, fg4 queen e8 has happened.
So it seems like queen e8 was not the best. Is there something?
Well, now at least we see one advantage of knight a6. When I go bishop d3, you have knight b4.
Yeah, yeah.
But perhaps I can do something like rook e1 and it's hard for you to move. Or the alternative is to hammer away with h5. But no, I like rook e1. It gives me a little breathing space. Now I don't have to worry about e5. And I'm hoping somewhere bishop h3 and I put some pressure on e6.
That's also probably why knight g4 doesn't work. I guess just bishop h3, yeah.
Ah, sure. Yes.
Looks quite scary. Yeah, rook e1 looks like a really good move. Yeah, also. Now e5 will be never an option anymore.
Yeah, let's just see queen e8. Yeah, and rook e1 seems to conserve all the advantage according to the eval bar. So just a decent move to throw in.
So you feel like knight a6 was maybe a step into the wrong direction?
Yes. It can go to b4, and that's it. It's not participating.
Yeah.
Knight c7 just feels wrong at this stage. Okay, she has played what? She seemed to capture something. Oh, she's taken on a6. This I don't like.
Just because of the knight on a6 is often not participating in the
and
game?
also my bishop, well, it was hoping to do some very valuable work. Either go bishop d3 and attack g6, or bishop h3 and potentially, and we can play even a3 and then get bishop d3 as a big threat. So I'm quite sad to see this thing go, but okay, Olga has a plan.
Queen e2.
She wanted to get rid of that bishop and now she's gone queen e2. So there's a big threat, queen takes e6, check.
She actually might win the pawn on e6, right?
Yes. Would you consider bishop d8 here?
Now that you mention it, yes. Bishop d8, but...
What about e5?
And if d e5, you go back to d7?
Knight d7, yes. Kind of damaged your structure a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Because if white manages to capture on e6, then also c6 is going to be quite soft. So
yes, my solution to being captured on e6 was to give it on e5. No, but my idea was a little bit just to swap, get this and maybe take the pressure off a bit.
That's a very good idea. Bishop d8. Yeah, that does look like black is back in the game. In the end game also g4 is often not so easy to defend. But it's not so easy to find that idea, at least. I would say just to give up the pawn with e5 yourself.
Yeah. If you don't like that, we could also try bishop d8.
Yeah. Bishop d8, rook d e1, perhaps.
Yes, but then I've got my bishop a5, right? And I'm hoping now to make that square available.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Yeah, that's a
Actually,
great...
I like bishop d8 maybe even more than e5 now. Though the computer thinks it's worse. Maybe h5 is the problem.
h5, yeah.
No, that squanders a hell of a lot. So, what is the move that it really likes? Maybe it just wants to go rook d1. Maybe rook h1 is fine, I don't know, but no, this drops a lot of advantage. Though I can take on e6. Why is that? Because of bishop a5?
Yeah. Still the endgame does not look
as
so
big as
clear,
I
right?
thought. And just captures on d3, c3, right? Yes. And is it rook a c8 or knight e4? I don't know. Apparently there's enough counterplay now.
You can also get rook f2, so...
Okay, so it's not rook d1. White is much better, but I don't see why. Don't tell me he's going to go to queen a6. That's
Well, it does avoid bishop a5, but...
yes.
What is black's move, in fact?
Actually,
Black's
what
next
was
move.
wrong with h5? I mean, the eval bar dropped like crazy, but why? Is it just e5? No, that spoils a lot. Is it knight h5, bishop d8, knight g3? No, that doesn't work.
How does it continue there? Knight g3?
Queen h2,
Knight
knight takes
h1.
h1, bishop h4 or something.
And the knight is gonna get trapped there, yeah?
But even that is messy.
Yeah.
You can play g5 and kick my bishop, and
It does go on, yeah?
it does go on, yeah.
If bishop e1, you have rook f1, yeah?
Maybe just bishop a5, same plan. But no, this is, because hg6 must be very strong. No, there's actually a stronger move. White is just winning. Is it h6? Ah, that was it. It's a very dragon style, isn't it?
Yeah,
That the
yeah.
thing collapses there.
Totally.
Okay, so that apparently was the threat. Knight. Okay, let's put knight h5 and see what it says. Ah, that is the correct move.
So bishop
Because this
d8.
apparently is a terrible plan. Because of what, knight g3? But let me go worst case scenario. Why is this not? So if bishop h4, yeah, then g5 wins.
And I guess this point with bishop e1, rook f1 was kind
Yeah.
of important there, yeah?
If I go rook h1, you're going queen takes d8 or rook takes d8. Rook takes d8 is possible. And now I don't have the second rook to give a check or something like that.
Yeah,
Wow.
so after queen h8, king f7, rook f1, king e7, it seems like black is surviving, yeah?
Yes. So bishop d8, e5 is a, and the bishop d8 is worse than e5, but we don't know why.
Yeah. Maybe it is queen a6 after all, but it would be sort of sad,
What could it be? Rook h3? Oh, maybe rook h1 is what it wants to do. Well, at least it conserved. No, almost spoiled all the advantage. It's just marginally better than rook d1, but. Maybe it's bishop f4. It's our best move so far by the evaluation, but I'm not exactly sure why it's so good. Can I go g5? That spoiled most of the advantage. Is it bishop d6?
Rook f7.
That is huge, but why not the exchange sack?
Ah, like this, yeah.
Bishop f8. Oh, sorry. Bishop f8, and this is very good for white. Okay, for a moment, let's believe that we're an exchange up, and that's got to be worth something. No, not g5. It's this move, bishop d6. Maybe we can promote it. And if rook f7, am I playing g5? Or h5 maybe? Yes. Ah, so that was the key. If I go gh5, you go g5.
Yeah.
That seems to do the trick.
Bishop f4 is not so easy to find, probably, huh?
It's
board.
very subtle. If I take here, you take here, I go rook b7. Maybe queen h2, h8. Ah, queen h2, h8 is when.
But there is queen g6 then, yeah? Like bishop
Queen h8,
b2.
queen a8, bishop b2 check, king d2. Let's
knight e4.
let's show this, or I mean, it's not rook h8. Maybe it's g5. Oh, but bishop b2 is coming. If I just take here, that's good enough.
Queen
So,
g6, and you just defend.
I think queen takes e6.
Ah, there is queen e6, yeah. That should be good enough, yeah.
Yes.
The bishop on d6 is now very powerful.
Yes. I overestimated a knight coming to e4, but sometimes you also have to be a little bit greedy and just go bishop d6 takes f8, which is not the attacking plan that comes to my mind, but it does temporarily solve the problem.
But was there anything better than bishop f4? It seemed like it dropped a little bit, but yeah, hard to
So,
say.
no, sorry, bishop f4. It's dropped slightly, but it could just be that it's updating everything with the, since it's increased its depth for free. Okay, very difficult moment. I'm really curious to see what she'll find. Queen e2, what has happened? Is black thinking?
It's hard to see from the camera, but I did not see that Mariya made a move yet. Does still
Correct,
look
I think
like
she's... h5 has happened. In reply to what? Bishop d8 and h5 has happened, which we know to be a mistake if you take on h1. And simply... Okay, so h5... And the correct move was bishop f4.
So it looks
With
like
a lot of computer prompting.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
to be fair to Olga, but...
And after knight h5, it can be sort of a turnaround, right?
yes. It was giving a clear advantage for black,
Yeah.
so... Okay, so this game has the chance to turn around. Okay, let's just wait for her reply and quickly check. Shall we do Vaishali against Alexandra?
Yeah.
This is also a kind of critical game because Vaishali is very much in the run for second place, which she is currently in, and first place potentially.
She did make a lot of progress on the king side.
Yes.
Still, it's always very difficult, like how do you continue now with the attack?
Well, let's go for gold. It says something that knight of 3 check, it doesn't react very negatively.
Yeah, that's already a good sign.
Is it queen takes h3? Yes. And what's the move? fe4 is bishop h5, I guess. Oh my god. Oh, it's this move, I get it.
Then there's going to be some ideas with h3.
For king h1, h3
Yeah,
wins. If I
yeah.
go king h2, do you go queen f3? Yes.
Knight g4 also
And,
coming. Or h3.
The evaluation has gone off the roof. Okay, so what is it? Is it rook takes e4? Just to keep the pin? Because I can capture with every piece except my knight due to the queen bishop battery. On this, I think you press control and you get a, yeah, just to throw in some different colors. Ah, there we go. Okay. But do you see a difference then? If I can't take on e4, what am I going to do?
Not yet.
Ah, this one seems nice.
Trying to
Though
get
the evaluation
G5.
again drops a bit, but my idea was to defend this square here,
Yeah, that's a great idea.
like that. And the computer seems to approve, but it thinks that black has a very good opportunity here. Maybe trade the rooks, just to clear it up.
Rook 88 or?
No, AB4 and trade.
Trade there, yeah.
Is that what? Let's just think and see.
Still after that, it's not so clear.
Yes, I also. But this is now better for black, and let's try to figure out why. Is it this one? But looks so weak, yeah.
Yeah.
Even knight h2 must be solves almost mating ideas. Okay, so we're not touching f3. Do you want to allow rook g5? You probably don't. Maybe it is ab4. Or can you think of anything else?
Also thinking about bishop h5, but you can even maybe take on h5, yeah.
Also, I can play rook g5.
And if bishop f3, you have...
First, I have knight h2.
And also
Second, I have rook takes g7
Yeah.
check.
I would have to go king h8, which also doesn't...
And then I would go knight h2. So, okay, let's just check that. Bishop h5. Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Rook g5, and it's resigns. Okay.
I guess throwing in AB, rook a1.
I don't see any. Yes, that is the move. And the only reason that would be important is if we can trade the rooks. Yes. But what have we gained?
Yeah. So taking on f3 probably still doesn't really work, yeah?
Rook g5?
Yeah. This inclusion doesn't really help black in that case.
Yes. But anyway, if this is the current position, we have something to look forward to. It's a difficult move.
Yeah.
It doesn't increase the advantage, which is strange.
Yeah. You think
I wonder if there's a second move, rather, is my question.
Yeah.
Of course, it shouldn't increase the advantage, but is there a second move?
Maybe AB first, yeah, and then...
That's also true. We can start like this. Yeah, black captures, and then... Okay, let's have a quick look at this third game. There was some very majestic maneuvers here. So we got to this position. I always thought that here the move was rook d8 or something, wasn't it? But maybe I'm confusing some line.
My knowledge ends around queen c8, so...
Yeah.
It's always...
Is it rook d8 or maybe even rook fe8? I don't know.
Rook fe8 looks quite logical as well, but...
Okay, that seems to keep the evaluation roughly the same. She went knight d7, which also doesn't disturb it.
Yeah.
So now, then Zhongyi plays bishop f4, which is excellent because what we want to do is stop those knights trying to come to that square. Black steps back, and now Tan comes up with this great move, queen c2.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Yes.
The point is if black takes on f3, then white has knight g5, not ruining the pawn structure.
Yes, and that was a key move. But could she have played bishop g6? You would play knight h4, right?
I would assume that's still the idea. Yeah?
But then can't I take this and then play knight c5 and I get the bishop back?
Yeah. Yeah, that looks
So
good.
perhaps bishop g6 was important. And also the white queen doesn't have any more squares to run through. So this was presumably a mistake.
Knight h4 was another nice move.
It's a very nice move because very important to stop this bishop landing on that square.
Yeah.
And as we'll see, it aids something on this square. So she went bishop d6, offering an exchange.
Also nice decision to keep more pieces on the board, probably.
And this is fine stuff because if black takes, or rather this was what I was wondering, and I go here, I didn't see how white could stop bishop g6 or something, but the computer is in love with white's position still, so perhaps there's one decent move. Let's see, bishop f4, is that the move? Bishop f4 is fractionally inaccurate. I don't even see another move. Unless it's bishop d5.
Bishop d5 or bishop a4 I was also considering, but...
Yeah, maybe that's it actually. Maybe it's bishop d5 then?
Yeah, now black cannot play
so
f6.
bishop d5 was very important.
Yeah.
That's quite important as well. Okay. So, so she went rook e5, knight e5, whereupon
+2.
and went bishop e3. What are the moves are there? Bishop f4 maybe? But then I have knight f3 check.
+2 is quite a lot for a position like this.
Could it be f4 or something?
Yeah, if you start with f4. Looks like the bishop on h5 is about to get trapped, but apparently there is some defense.
Would it work like this? Oh, this is even bigger. So it's f4 here, I guess.
Or even g4
That
maybe?
spoiled everything.
You start
So
with
maybe
g4.
it's g4. Yes.
And then f4.
So now I'd have to understand why. Oh, because g4 hits f4 hits 6.
Ah, yeah. That's a nice
And
play.
here, if I do this, then f4 wins. Oh, so Tan basically missed a win. Queen takes e8 and f4 is just resigns. Yeah.
g4 first, huh?
G4 first. Thank you. So now she went bishop e3 instead, which kind of forces black to take a decision thing. And black's bishop didn't have a lot of squares. If you want to keep the two bishops, This feels like you're floating on air or something, you know. A bishop on e2, just kind of bouncing around to see if it survives. Bishop d4 happened. Did it? Yes.
Yeah. And bishop b5 also seems to be on the board.
What is this?
The bishop had like sort of a nice zigzag to b5.
Yeah. But why? You could try bishop d3 maybe even, no? Kick the queen a bit.
Yeah.
What about...
happens after bishop?
I can't go to knight g6 because suddenly we have an overload. That rook is defending two pieces.
Yeah.
But if I'd gone bishop d3, how would that have worked out? It's still massive for white. Maybe here the best way is just to take and go rook d1 or something. And we keep kicking my floating bishop, which is all over the place. Okay, instead she went to b5, which is super sophisticated. And apparently white is much better anyway. So let's see if we can see why. Maybe just picking up the two bishops. Boring. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be...
Knight f5, yeah.
Yes. That's one simple...
Such a big advantage, yeah, for a position like this.
Yes.
It's interesting.
Because black has another problem. So let's say I go here, you take, but now since this pawn has moved here, I can actually help myself to that pawn. Which would not be the case if black could block my bishop's retreat. But, okay, so if tan wins, suddenly we have a big fight for first place. So
Yeah.
because there will be three people on +2. Let's quickly see the third player on +2 or above.
So it's Zhu's game. There was a very interesting moment in the opening stage. I don't know if you saw that. Maybe we can go to that
No, why
one.
don't you
It was,
show me? I saw that there was some strange...
Instead of e5, there is bishop takes f6. Is that a move you would consider here? And then to go e5?
I've done similar stuff in the French. You know, the bishop g5 you take and then do something on e4. I would consider it, but I'm not sure I'd want to give the bishop right away there.
We also thought it's not an easy call to make, but the computer really liked it. So that was an interesting moment. What happened in the game? Then it seemed like Nana is sort of back in the game.
Yeah, castles and the knight.
Yeah.
Now it's a pretty decent knight. And then she grabbed the chance to do that. Okay, so this move is important because what you don't want is...
the knight to end up on h8, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be very embarrassing indeed.
Yeah.
So, she's just making a square for her knight, and you can see it goes to that square. Actually, my feeling is that black is doing really well now, because that pawn on h5 is just a bit weak.
I think it's
and
more
I
of a
can do
weakness
some
than-
b5 on queen, b5 or something on the queen side. It's like a Caro-Kann pawn.
Yeah.
There are positions where the space advantage is nice, but here you also have those long-term consequences of having to defend it. So
it's more of a weakness here, perhaps.
that's my hunch.
Yeah.
So she went b4, rook fc8, queen e2, a5, a3, and b5 happened. I'm assuming c5 is the only move which makes any sense. It It could be d5 as well.
And if e5, then c5?
Yes.
Good idea. You might see a lot of trades there, yeah? Many pawns could disappear.
But this doesn't even look that impressive, right? Because I might just take here.
Yeah. Guess take on d6 or?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe knight f4. Okay, but in that case, after b5, the other move would be c5, and then what am I doing? I'm going to bring both knights and attack that, or what? But I think that's a mistake, because I might go knight e4, is that? No.
Could also go maybe knight e5 to have also knight f4 options.
Yes. No, I was trying to get both knights to attack the b4 pawn, but it feels convoluted, right? Knight d5 seems excellent, yeah. Let's say I go queen d2. You can now use this as a method to improve your position, right? You get a passed a pawn.
That's a nice,
right.
nice idea. Rook a4, yeah. You think black is slowly taking over with
Yes,
b5?
it seems like it.
Interesting, yeah. So maybe we can head on to Vaishali's game. She's running pretty low on time.
Yeah. Has she gone knight f3 check? No, she hasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, she paused for c6. Which is like it's like a move when you say, oh, I'm running short of time, let me just make any move.
Yeah.
And you do that. But now white is improving her knight as well.
Yeah.
Now computer is giving a slight edge to white. Let's see if we can figure out why. Knight f3 is probably not on now.
Vaishali's pretty low on time, yeah. 12 minutes.
Can I go something like, no, for a second I wanted to play b5. So that if you took, oh, in fact he's happy. Is she, I thought this, but bishop b3 you can just play queen f5 or something, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
F5.
So b5, what would I play? B takes a5 maybe? No, that is much better for black.
I guess here
Because
c5,
of c5,
yeah.
yes. Okay. Is it bishop b3 maybe? I like how we trial and error this all the way, but... Oh, maybe it's just taking on e4.
I was just about to ask, yeah. 94.
Yes. Is that so big? If you go bishop e4, bishop takes e4, and I go knight takes e4. Why is this so awesome for white?
Yeah, this is hard to...
Just that.
Wow.
Because now we can see that this h4 pawn...
Once again, yeah.
Just like the Jiner game,
Yeah.
that pawn reminds you that it exists and can be lost. Okay, knight d2, and she has not played rook a d8. Oh, on the board she has. Okay, so that has happened. Yeah, there we are. So rook a d8 has happened.
So if I take on d8 and take on e5, then you're going to take on d2. But then rook c1, and is it maybe like a nice edge for white there? With the two bishops?
Could be, yeah. I wonder if there's another way to press home that point. Let's see. Can I take... Can I just say, thank you very much, let me help myself to a pawn?
It looks like you can, yeah.
On the other hand, if you play knight d3, why am I better? Oh, because then I will
Once again, you can maybe
take this,
pick up h4.
and thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So bf5 might be a reasonable. I think black's kingside attack has just disappeared as a theme even. Black is offering the exchange of pieces and what have you.
So I think we had some games which we haven't had such a closer look at. I see that the evil bar also in Badelka's game has sort of shifted, but whichever game is the most interesting.
Okay, so she did not play knight h5.
Yeah.
She took and went knight h7. And now, presumably, we do the Sicilian style, right? Bishop d8, rook d8, and then just rook dg1. And just maybe rook g6 and rook g1 as a follow-up and break h6.
Looks pretty scary.
Yeah.
Maybe black can still hold everything together for now, like rook f6, but
Yes. But then maybe even queen e5 is decent. Was there some other plan? Not rook g6, maybe rook g3 or something.
just a double on the g-file, yeah.
That also drops considerable advantage. Maybe it's queen g4, no.
Or maybe rook g2 or rook g4, yeah, you never know. Some of these squares make a big difference, but it's not easy to understand.
It's better than rook g3.
For some reason, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, the reason I want to take on d8 is because that bishop, I'd like to keep my bishop, but black's bishop is also going to be very, very useful. So
Yeah.
on balance, I think I'd prefer to take those two off.
Rook g1 does look quite natural.
Yeah.
I guess taking on a6 is never really what you want to do now. I guess you want to focus on the king side. If
Yeah,
possible.
queen a6 does feel wrong.
Yeah.
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 Though, anyway, let's see. Maybe the computer is very excited about this.
Of course.
Best
yeah.
evaluation
Yeah.
so far. So maybe it was time to be greedy, right?
Badelka still thinking, it seems. There's some game which we haven't seen. Anna Muzychuk against Nurgyul Salimova was heading
Yeah.
towards an endgame.
After all, this is the leader, so let's see what's happening. It seems like white has almost managed to squeeze a little bit out of this,
Yeah.
what seemed like a very dead position. What can black do here? Maybe head 6.
Can get unpleasant for black, huh?
Yeah.
King d4 or something. And
G5.
even g5, yeah.
Also, black has the option to play a5 if... that's an interesting thing. If a5... oh, sorry, because I played g5, it
Yeah,
doesn't work. Yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
But you're saying the inclusion a5 could, a5 and c3 could favor black in some cases?
Well, let's
or-
say a5. No, I think it favors white, because
Yeah.
now white has the chance to create an outside passed pawn.
Yeah.
And white can't create that pawn by themselves, but if black assists like this, then you get it for free. So no. So g4. Anyway, it seems like Anna is going to keep a little bit of pressure on and see if that produces any mistakes, but I have to say that for the moment it doesn't look threatening.
You think black should push any pawns on the king side, or sort of just
It's a hard one.
wait? Here?
H5 feels promising, but I'm putting it on the wrong color.
Yeah.
My idea then would be H5, G5, knight G8, and if H4, I would come to E7.
No, H4 could also be weak. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe F5 is stronger. The computer strongly disagrees and says that black
King
is now
E5,
much better.
Perhaps,
That's the move. Sorry. Okay.
Otherwise,
Then
if
that
you get
makes
king
sense.
F4, yeah.
Yes,
it
I
would
was
be-
wondering why it was a bad move. Okay, you're right. King H4 and then knight E7 and maybe knight B3 is good enough. Yes.
Just to get the knight to D4 and
Yeah. If you go here, fighting for these squares, then I bring my knight. And we're fighting with those squares
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
So.
okay, so this could be a peaceful outcome, but
Yeah.
it still looks like maybe Anna has some chances, yeah, in that game.
Yeah. Oh, H5, G5 has happened.
Oh yeah, and
So this is the current position.
probably knight G8 is gonna be played as well.
Yes, knight E8 would be very bad. Right?
Yeah.
So you have
Also
to-
knight D7, exchanging those knights is probably in white's favor, since black's pawns are all on light squares.
Yes. Sorry. Oh, so that has in fact happened. What we mentioned. And we're going for a sort of giant liquidation here. What's the correct liquidation? Perhaps it is like, AB4, you'll take CD6, and that might be unpleasant. No, doesn't seem to care.
AB4. Then
Oh, I see. I take. No, I don't see. I was going to play E4, knight E4, and then discover, but there's a check.
yeah. So E4, knight E4 works for white. And
Maybe just rook E8. No, white is better now. It's just not trivial to shut this down. Oh, so she went DC5. D6 has happened.
6.
And she has already played knight E takes, knight ED5. So this is the current position. But now I've got a pretty dangerous pawn on D6. Let me, would you take on A5 or C5?
Probably on C5.
Yeah.
But
And if rook C5, I
C5,
have
yeah.
queen takes E5. This must be, computers refuses to be impressed, but I thought knight coming to F5 is
it does look
half
dangerous.
serious,
Yeah. It does look pretty dangerous.
So rook takes C5 has happened. This is the current position.
See many players being pretty low on time. I actually wanted to ask you, like, everyone knows you for having very good time management in general. What is like your best advice for people who are watching to have better time management?
My time management isn't as good these days. And once upon a time, I was kind of extreme. My problems were usually I had too much time rather than too little, which isn't actually a problem, but it means you have spent less time earlier. And I think over the years I tried to evolve it, but I suspect some of the younger blitz, shall we call them sharks, the ones who play bullet and all, they operate at a different level of time management. My thing is to leave myself whenever I can with a healthy cushion. If you can keep a cushion of a minute, let's say, for the final moves, that's something. But in classical chess, I don't have major time issues as such. There, you have enough time to do everything and so on. Okay, A takes B4. Rook E1 was I think here so BA5 was a better move than Rook E1, but Rook E1 conserves a lot of the advantage.
AB4 is played.
AB4 is going to be played.
Still, what is black doing now? This battery with the bishop and with the queen is like always quite unpleasant
Yes.
in the long run. What do you think was the point of Rook E1?
Well, the point for me is fairly clear that if you take here,
She wants to
I take here, and
Yeah.
now when you do this, it's pinned.
Yeah, that
But
was-
having said that, what the point is if black doesn't take is escaping me.
yeah.
But if black doesn't take, then white is winning a pawn on E4. I think that maybe is the logic.
Yeah, so 94 is still in the picture.
Yeah.
It's hard even to find a move for black though, yeah?
That's also tricky, right? Because you don't actually have a move.
Okay, so maybe we can go one last time to Tan's game against
Yeah.
Lela Javakhishvili, and then we can head on to our break.
Sure.
So
Oh, she's a clear pawn up.
Clear pawn
How
up.
did that happen?
F7 dropped at
Bishop
some point.
B5. Oh, that's brilliant. Bishop F7 check. So we saw it in a slightly different position. I think F4, Knight G6 somewhere and Bishop takes, but this is a very healthy pawn. I must say F4 you play with some reluctance in these positions, but here it's because the knight on H4 was being attacked, white didn't have a choice. And okay, that is big. If Dan, I think, has the nicest and cleanest position.
Yeah.
So quickly, Vaishali is running into serious time trouble. Now she has just 4 minutes left.
17 more moves to make.
Yeah. This one is all over the place. Probably last chance saloon for queen takes a6.
Yeah.
But already I can play e5, so it's messy, right?
Yeah, e5 could come. But then a7 was also...
I'll live with that as long as I can do some ed4 or e4. And
Yeah.
I mean, your pawns will win at the end of the day, but they still have a lot of moves to go.
Yeah. So here still everything can
Yeah.
happen. On the other hand, yeah, Tan is...
Jiner has gone queen e5. And to me, it feels like knight f5 is a big threat. But honestly, the computer could not be more contemptuous of
Yeah. But practically it does feel quite unpleasant for
Yes.
the black side, yeah.
knight f5, knight e7 check somewhere, queen g3. It feels... I would be uncomfortable. I don't know if rook e8 is a serious option. Oh, the queen d4 maybe should be... Yes, queen d4 is
Yeah.
nice.
No need to sacrifice on e8.
Right.
So yeah, it seems like Tan Zhongyi is probably the clearest game, perhaps, but
Yes.
still, yeah, pawn up. And in Anna Muzychuk's game, yeah, just to see that. Ooh.
Oh, she has chucked a pawn and given it back like this. But this is not impressing anyone.
So she played d4, giving up the pawn, and after king d4
Oh, that's
now.
an amazing... she's gone like this and taken this one.
It's quite a nice double attack, yeah? You don't see that so
Yeah.
often. But it does also give the e4 square to perhaps the knight for a check.
Yes.
So maybe Anna can try to squeeze out something now. Yeah. Still, many things are possible in all of the games, so I suggest we head on to our break. So thank you all for watching, and we'll be right back.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Think you have what it takes? Assemble your team and register now to be part of this chess story that will become chess history.
And welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Austria, round number 7. I'm joined by five-time world champion Vishy Anand. And yeah, we're sort of approaching time trouble in many games already and super exciting positions. Should we stick to that one, which you just chose, Vishy? Zhu against Dzagnidze?
So, rook c4 happened, and suddenly white got a break, which is that rook takes e8, knight e8, queen e5. Knight e f6, and now rook d1. So the reason I say cut a slight break was because here had black done that and then gone here, white would probably look for another square, because if white went back, it's as if white chose to do rook e1 here. And the thing about rook d1 is it's a very straightforward threat. Rook takes d5 is a threat. So if you make some random move, I just do, no, he doesn't seem to care. I wonder why. Takes here, queen e8. Oh, check and knight g4. Ah, that's the thing. Okay, sorry, yeah, that's a clever one.
That's beautiful, yeah.
And if I go knight f1, how is that different? You're going some queen a6 or what? Going knight takes d5 is once again
queen e8
check and
d7.
d7.
d7, yeah.
Though even that is not very impressive, because if I go queen e8 and d7, you have knight f6 back. There we go.
Yeah.
So I would have to actually take the repetition like this. Okay, doke.
So b4 does actually look then quite logical, just to get some counterplay.
Okay, just to understand, what exactly is the difference here? You go queen e8 check, king h7, d7, no,
now
d7
again,
is again a blunder.
f6.
Because knight f6. So the correct move would be, there's apparently a forced win here, and what is it, knight e5? Knight f5? Maybe knight f5.
And then if I take on a3 or something like that, just to see what is the...
Yeah, I think here though you can also do this, right?
That also defends everything.
Because when I try to attack here, you can just take this and collect that.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a great winning move here. What is it? It's not d7. Maybe it's knight e5 after all.
And if then knight f6?
Some queen f8.
Rook c8?
Yeah, that's not helping.
Yeah.
So it's not knight e5, it's not knight f5. It's apparently not d7.
Difficult.
Maybe my favorite knight e4 or something.
Also thinking about that again with some knight g5 ideas, but...
Wow. And this knight g5 idea is where it's at.
But isn't it knight g5? Is it going to be so powerful? Like if I'm maybe going to give a check on c1 first and then take on a3? Maybe then
more
you
to the
can
point,
go
what
d7,
happened? If you do here, then you take in d7.
Yeah. So actually d7 is now a huge
d7
threat.
is now the threat. And if you do that, then I'm winning like this.
Yeah.
And here I have a simple one, which is knight d8 check. And my queen will release itself with check. So, okay. I've never seen such an idea that you then follow up with knight e4. That is crazy.
Yeah.
So rook d1, b4 is nothing special, because after rook d5 we have rook c1 check.
I think she did play b4 if I see it correctly.
Yes, wow. So here we are. Rook d1 has happened, and
b4 is on the board.
yeah, I'm just waiting back to live move. No, it'll update in a second. And we'll move on because Vaishali has just got a minute left, so we should.
Yeah.
She's captured on b4. Okay, we'll come back to this in a second because they're not in such deathly time pressure. Oh, this is hopeless.
Yeah.
She's going to correct the second pawn, which can't be defended. And to make matters worse, white has the two bishops as well.
Yeah, especially those two bishops are just so powerful. Such a pity.
As the famous joke goes, I have two extra pawns for the attack.
I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, as opposed to the opposite, which would make sense.
Such a pity for Vaishali. Yeah? It
Yes.
seemed like she had quite a nice position.
I think there's this thing about striking. I mean, knight f3 is very uncertain, and it didn't give a clear advantage.
Yeah.
But it was very difficult for white to find follow-up moves, and perhaps that kind of chance you just have to grab. This game was fascinating as well. So white has managed to get a big space advantage, but on the other hand, this pawn is dropping off. So let's see what happens. I guess I would have taken this, right? Oh, but that apparently is a bigger advantage, so very precise. What exactly is the reason for that?
What can be
Is
the
it H4?
difference?
No, h4 spoils most of it. Oh, king c5 maybe? No, that is lost because of the h pawn.
Yeah. And one reason might be that you have knight g5, at least compared to both pawns still being on the board.
And if I take this one now, you have bishop c4,
That
and
was
that
the
should
idea.
be,
Yeah.
or maybe c3,
Just to trap
just
the
to
knight.
trap
even.
the knight. No,
Maybe now
that's not the
c5
move.
is
c5
there.
check
Yeah.
is the problem. So bishop c4, but then I go knight b4, and how do you exactly collect? You just go bishop f7, and maybe that's winning.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
f pawn is very strong now.
So very clever to play king, very sophisticated to play king f8 and not give the square. And that is important. Okay. Let's just quickly swing by to Vaishali again, but no real hope here. In fact, if I take this, you capture and you go, if you go rook c8 pinning, then I actually have this very clever move.
Ah, that's nice, yeah.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. And if rook c3, then rook d8 is going to be checkmate.
Yes, and that's the
So-
point. If rook takes c3, then rook d8 is mate, or will be mate.
Yeah.
So if b5 has happened, right? Yeah, b5 has happened, and we're waiting to see what happened. Did she capture on b5? She seems to have. There's no black pawn next to that queen, so I guess cb5 is working. It's the move she's played rather,
Yeah.
but we'll see that. Yeah.
It's on the board, yeah.
She's taken on b5. Doesn't that allow bishop a4?
Does
am I
look
missing
like
something?
it.
And after bishop a4, there is what?
Yeah, doesn't seem like it continues. And we have a result in Zhongyi against Lela Javakhishvili.
So that extra pawn just spoke. In fact, it became two extra pawns. I think we left it somewhere here.
Yeah.
Queen e6, bishop e3. Fighting for activity, but in fact just conceding a lot of pawns. And white is 2 pawns up.
Yeah.
And that was it. So big win for thing. And Vaishali has resigned presumably. So yeah, bishop a4 and she has resigned.
Two results.
So 2 decisive results already. Now let's see the remaining one. This was getting exciting.
Queen goes back to
AB4. Oh, now she took the chance to play rook b4 because maybe she can drop it. Rook b1 exchanging pieces. But why did Jiner feel it was necessary to go queen a1? And more relevant, what should she have played instead?
Rook b1 is sort of an unpleasant idea to face, but going back like this does feel
Yeah,
like a
but apparently
concession.
there was something very nice for white. What could
Yeah.
it be?
Knight f5 looks attractive, but doesn't do anything. For example, rook b1 and
Yes, rook b1. I would have thought even rook b4.
yeah. It's
No,
also-
though this is an advantage for white. No, it's also dropping, yeah.
yeah.
There is some very exact move which gives white a small edge. What could it be? Actually, in that sense, queen a1 is kind of sophisticated. It's just
Yeah.
doesn't seem to meet with the approval of the beast. Maybe queen e1 was more
Yeah,
sophisticated,
I
no?
was also thinking about that idea.
But apparently there's more, there's something better. Rook c1, rook b1, I don't see the point. You can't play king h2.
Does it make any sense to
Queen
play?
f5.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Ah, that's
Just to
nice,
cover
because now we are
b1.
threatening d7 somehow.
Yeah.
And everything is a little bit overloaded. Yeah, but she went queen a1 instead, yeah, and
Queen d7 on the board.
queen d7 has happened. Basically saying, I'll take the draw if you are taking the draw. Queen
Yeah.
takes a5, queen takes d6. There is no knight f5 trick? Okay, let me do that. It's not rook a4 or something. So if you take here, what is it, knight f5? Ah, queen f4 is good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that might be the thing. Let's see. This game was the most exciting for a while.
Still is.
Yes.
You mentioned that h6 was maybe a small concession for white because then the pawn on g7 is not weak anymore.
It was a failure of imagination because the knight which was on e2 at that point has now landed on g7.
Yeah.
And then we can say that h6 was a great success,
Yeah.
if nothing else happens. I like how the knight just charged up the board. Though we are recently seeing the trend that the bishop is more effective on g7 in this combination. First of all, if she just waits here, is white going to repeat or what? No, white can't even repeat. I just take on h6. But the next question is, should I go somewhere here?
Queen g6.
Yeah, then I go back. And apparently he doesn't care. I don't know, queen e8 check. And if rook f4, I'm going what, knight c7 or something. Oh well, yeah, I could even go to g7. Is it what, rook e1? Maybe rook e1. No, that's also not it. Oh, don't tell me it's rook d1. No, that's terrible. So there's an amazing move which does not protect the d4 pawn. I guess she's kind of… Where did that rook go? Oh, she's gone queen b7, okay.
So now if b3, is it weakening the queen side too much? It does give black some options for queen b4 and stuff like that maybe, but
Yeah, but are you actually delivering mate?
probably not yet, huh? Do you want to exchange queens here with white or not? It's kind of the...
This is presumably a mistake. Yeah, but what is the decisive? Okay, let's try this move. It may work actually. No, it
Knight
doesn't.
f5,
I guess.
queen a3, king d1. You probably have to take on
Well,
f5 and
let
then...
me take this.
Ah. Maybe
Knight e7 check.
king h8, knight g6, maybe that's how it ends, no?
But what if I don't take the... the evaluation is in fact dropping.
Yeah.
But b3 somehow feels a bit suspect. If I was desperate, I might go queen b3 and just settle that matter right there, then and there.
Yeah, so if queen b3, I guess that black has to take.
I think we'll agree that queen c3 is the worst move on the board.
Yeah.
Because rook f3 and
f3,
suddenly
yeah.
the queen has run out of all squares. Queen a3 doesn't look terribly impressive either. So maybe b3 is forced. Oh, queen b3 is
Or
forced.
queen b3.
Sorry, queen b3 is
b3,
forced,
yeah.
yeah.
And
How
then in
does
the end game,
b3 is already
was it played?
huge. Yeah. So, no, it wasn't. Queen b7, I think she has to go queen b3 now.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the only move.
Oh,
And it claims that white is even slight. Well, for a few seconds,
for a few seconds, yeah.
it got excited, but
So black will probably have to take and go back rook f6.
yes, I don't see another way because I have to protect the e6 pawn.
Maybe rook e1, just going after e6. No?
I mean,
Guess
even
just
king,
king
f7,
f7, huh?
and yeah, we're not. Okay, I think we are going to have an interview.
Pretty soon, yeah. Haven't got confirmation just yet. Still some minutes until the interview.
Okay, let's see what's happening in this very interesting ending. Okay, the balance is still there.
Objectively, yeah, but
Yeah.
anything can happen here.
I'm sure there's probably several ways Anna can bring this back. For instance, if I take here, you capture, and I go, let's say, knight f6. It's very clever. You do this, and I thought of king g6, d4 maybe, and king takes and try to advance that d pawn. But the comp may simply have even this move.
And after d4,
So I get to
there's
harass
knight
you a
b3,
bit
yeah.
and so on, yeah.
Well, do you want to take on g7 though? Then the king maybe will...
That's true. On the other hand, what do I do instead? Can I go knight g3? You take, I take. You
Maybe
gonna go
again.
g6?
Or again knight c1 maybe also.
Yeah. Sure.
So on.
No, but wait, now, I can't, I thought I can take on h5 and come back to f4, but you chase me all the
King
way.
f5, yeah.
King h6. And if this, you come king f5, so.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're waiting for this one. Bishop f5 has happened.
Yeah, it
Let's
seems...
see this one again.
So she went back to e5, yeah?
Wait, queen went the queen went back, and Nana is offering to repeat, and now she has found queen f5. Oh, so this is dramatic now, because white is threatening d7. And black has walked into a situation where she doesn't have rook b1. So maybe rook b5?
Covering the d5 knight.
Yeah, but maybe rook c1 is huge.
It's not easy to stop rook c8.
Yeah.
So Nana under a lot of pressure here.
Yes. And this is the worst moment to be sitting around for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So, but there is a move which keeps, I don't know if the balance is the right word, but it keeps it manageable. What could that move be? Maybe queen c6.
Queen c6 maybe, but also d7 there, then rook b8.
b8. No, but knight e5 is very strong,
Yeah, yeah. That's difficult. Yeah, with under 3 minutes, this is so hard to hold. You can also see that in Olga Badelka's game, there was a big shift in evaluation.
Oh.
So
b3. She went for b3,
yeah.
and queen b4 is massive.
Maybe.
Oh, so the positions collapse for Olga.
Yeah.
But just to be clear, why is it so bad? If you go queen b4...
Sorry to interrupt you, I just got the confirmation. We have an interview now with Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yeah.
So please go ahead, Angelika.
Thank you so much, Felix. Here we are having Alexandra Kosteniuk. Congratulations on the victory against Vaishali.
Thank you.
First question, why 1d4? Because you played before against Vaishali, almost always 1e4.
Well, I mean, just because, I mean, at some point, there are many first moves.
Of course.
It's just the main goal is to develop your pieces. Sometimes you fail after d4 or after e4, and the most important thing, as we know, is not what to play, but how to play it. So.
So maybe you could go through some highlights from the game?
Yeah, well, it was some Nimtso. Vaishali basically plays everything, so I didn't know what to expect here. And rook e8, d6, well, I believe that it's a practical approach, just trying to play for win, even with black. And I'm not a big theoretician here. I basically just played queen b3. Since the road is closed for the bishop, I thought that it's quite logical. I got 2 bishops advantage, and yeah, just the problem that I'm a little bit behind in development. If I can play b3 and bishop b2 immediately, then I will have a very good position. But the problem with this plan that here, for example, I think after b3, knight d4 is a very nice move she had. Okay, I'm not, yes. And yeah, I cannot take. And at first, I thought that I can just ignore this knight and play bishop b2, for example. But the problem is that I cannot castle long due to knight e2, and I thought that it's the wrong direction. So I decided to castle immediately. Because, yeah, I've had problems with castling throughout this tournament, so I thought that it couldn't be a bad move. And somehow, yeah, at some point, I got a very pleasant position, right? Maybe h5, h4 was not right. I mean, my plan is quite simple. I want to transfer the knight probably to g3 to put some pressure on e4, to double the rooks, but I was not sure that I will have enough time because I was calculating different lines for her, quite where I didn't have like so much comfort, but somehow in the game it just happened very fast and very easy for me. I'm not sure at what point she did like a very serious mistake. I thought that after rook d4 it looked interesting, like I was putting pressure onto e4. My plan is knight d2. Maybe I should have played b6 with the idea to play c5 at some point. And I was calculating different lines with like rook d1, And c5 here, it's even not possible. But then I have always this nice exchange sacrifice with rook d5. But after c6, I'm not sure what was her plan.
Just short
Yes.
question, have you considered knight f3, like after rook d4?
Yeah, I calculate after rook d4.
Yes, after rook
Yes,
d4.
yeah, I calculated it, but I didn't think it's working. Queen h3.
It looked very
Oops.
messy, yeah.
Queen takes h3.
Sorry,
my
you have to-
fingers don't
sorry.
work. Yeah.
You have to touch it like this.
Okay, touch and go.
Sorry.
Okay, and well, I mean, her idea is to capture on f3, and I have time. I was calculating the line that goes knight h2, then rook g4, and then I remember calculating bishop d4, c2, rook g7, something
Very
like
messy.
Yeah, but it just doesn't feel that she has enough. And it's not the only way, I think. Knight h2 is not the... For example, here I don't even have to play rook g4. I was thinking even about capturing. Like if I'm very scared, I think I can just capture. And then if she captures, I have rook f4. It just didn't feel enough. And it's not, I think, the only way. I can also take on
Yeah, of
e4. The idea is the same because of this pressure on g7. I think it's also so. I didn't see how it worked. Of course, I considered
Yes,
it
of course.
like queen e6 is kind of screaming for knight f3, queen h3 idea. But that's why rook d4 is very nice because I kind of take under control the fourth rank, including the g4 square. And after c6, I played knight d2, asking her about this pawn, and somehow she collapsed very fast. Probably the computer still holds, but she was getting low on time, and she played c5. I didn't really understand this move because I thought the only move that is left is b5, which kind of connects with c6. It still doesn't look very good, and I was calculating all the lines with a rook takes knight takes e4, and rook d8 and queen e5. This endgame, which looked also pretty pleasant. So, but b5 looked as a more logical move because after here, after c5, b takes c5, knight c6, I think I don't even have to take on e4. It just looked very tempting. But the problem that even rook, rook d8, knight b3, I have an extra pawn and my bishops are still there. But just rook e4, looked very, very tempting. Opening up my two bishops, I have knight d6 and bishop f5 ideas.
Yeah, and suddenly
Like,
two bishops are working pretty nicely.
Yeah, well, they do have this
Ability, yeah.
yeah, this ability to work when they're open and on two adjacent lines. And and here it's just a matter of being careful. And she played b5. I thought that her idea was to capture. That she didn't oversee to capture and play rook c8. But the problem is that she's not threatening to take. So I can play bishop f5, and because of the weak back rank, she cannot capture on c3. And I have a pair of bishops. How many pawns? I don't know. 2 pawns, and the third is coming. It just surprisingly turned out to be quite an easy game.
And previous round, you also managed to win against Lela Javakhishvili. How you feel now after beating two players now in a row?
Well, winning 2 in a row is better than losing 2 in a row, I can assure you, because after losing the second in a row and seeing, of course, the winning continuation, I was like, I regretted that, unfortunately, in chess, you cannot quit the tournament. You can, but it's not very nice. It's not a knockout event, because when you start, just not going for a win just because it's something was a little bit, just not even a little bit, but disappointing. But okay, that's life. And I've had wins. I've had victories. I've had defeats. So you have to deal with it. It's not the end of the world, and not the worst thing that can happen.
Of course. And yesterday also was a rest day, and you were one of the 4 other players who joined and played against the young Austrian girls. How was this experience to you? Maybe you could share shortly.
Well, it was a nice blitz tournament, but okay, even if it was a friendly blitz tournament,
it's still a tournament.
Yes, you always try to do your best, and unfortunately I failed. I lost 2 in a row at the end, having 2 very good positions, and even though I had to focus on the positive thing, it was also a little bit disappointing, but I was happy, to play a blitz tournament, because like the quality of my games in this tournament, like I was complaining to my husband, for example, like you have this accuracy on chess.com. And when I play a title Tuesday event and I see that my games, like accuracy is less than 90%, I think that I'm playing very badly. And in this tournament, I had like 75, 73. I think the most two games that I won was about 93%. And then I said, okay, maybe in the Blitz tournament I will be able to play a decent game. And I think the very first one that I played was very, very even and probably with a high accuracy. So that was my goal to get back this feeling of playing decent chess. Sometimes when you have a lot of time, it doesn't help.
Yeah, and it's helped you to reset, and now it's victory. Congratulations one more time, Alexandra.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and best of luck for the 2 final rounds.
Thank you.
Yeah, now we're going back to the studio and see what is happening in the remaining 3 games.
Thank you, Angelika. There's a lot happening, especially in the game we just have in front of us between Olga Badelka and Mariya Muzychuk. They're slowly approaching the time control, but there have been so many ups and downs, so perhaps we can have a look, Vishy, at what is happening.
Yes, we left it at b3. And queen b4 is, at least looked very promising. The line was this: queen a3 check, king d1, queen takes a2, knight e7 check, and after king f8, to be honest, I expected more than this tepid evaluation, but at least that line gave an advantage. I suspect rook f6 was the strongest. No, that wasn't it. So it must have been queen b4 then.
Or the move which was played in the game, was it already sort of a...
Maybe not. Queen g6, you're right. Yeah, queen f7 is still much better for black. Okay, so then rook f3 was maybe the best move. A drop in advantage, but the best move. What did she do? She took on e6. And apparently the move isn't queen f7, so what is the move? Rook f6 maybe, or rook c3 check, no.
Can you start with knight f8, or does look...
Queen takes g5?
Yeah, then I don't have anything. Maybe still perpetual, but...
Maybe it's arguing that white doesn't have a threat or something, but that seems magical. I mean, queen a7 looks f7 looks absolutely fine, and if it disapproves, I don't know what to say.
Yeah. So she played queen f7.
Yeah.
Queen takes e6 was...
Well, so there's something much, much stronger than queen f7, but we still don't see it.
Yeah.
It wasn't rook f6 as well, right? No, it was rook f6.
And if queen e8?
Queen e8, maybe knight f8 here. Because this looks awesome, but you're not actually landing anything. Okay, so that mystery is solved. She took on e6, took on a2, and now you have to exchange queens. I mean, this position is much too dangerous to go off to the side. Queen c8 check happened. Same mistake again. Knight f8 would have been winning.
Yeah.
But she went queen f8. And then, instead of exchanging the queens, this is the last chance, she gave a check. And now, after king h8, queen e5, which probably is the only move just to have a discovery against the king. Rook ff2, king b1, and now Mariya has given the check. And now it's winning because no, it's still king c1. I thought rook e2 was going to clinch it, but I have knight e6 check. Okay, let's
But
try
maybe that
it.
is good enough in the
Yes.
end. Knight e6, rook e5, knight f8. And if
And then just queen f6.
queen f6 just
So that would be fine. So rook b2 check. Let's see the live board right now.
I think king c1, rook e2 is on the board.
Yes. Okay. So this is the current position, and Mariya is clinching this.
Yeah. Must be a pretty disappointing loss for the Austrian number 1. With a pretty promising position probably out of the opening. But
it was not promising in a clean way. There's
Yeah.
too much counterplay and
Absolutely,
accuracy
yeah.
and so on. Yeah.
absolutely. So this game will probably end pretty soon. I think we have 95,
Yeah.
96, queen f6 on the board. But all of a sudden the black king is actually very safe.
Yeah.
Also if queen b8 there is just knight f8, which is
Yes, as we mentioned,
to point out.
queen b8 check, knight f8. There's a problem that this is a mate in 1, and so white doesn't have time to do any damage there.
Yeah.
In fact, the computer already gives mate in 3. So, yeah. So this one looks over. Big development in the for the tournament, which is that for queen f5, Nana blundered with this move rook f4, but this is already unpleasant.
Yeah.
So I think we left it here, and she had just gone queen a1. And Nana just repeated. But now Jiner found the improvement. And one of the key points is that when you go rook f4, d7 wins. Because everything is overloaded. As you pointed out, a very pretty line is queen b8. And queen takes f4 wins. So after d7, well, Nana understood the damage, but she went a piece down. Rook takes d5, knight f6, rook a5. And then all that was needed was to free the white pieces a little bit. And this is now hopeless. And Jiner is going for a very nice simplification to winning pawn ending.
And now it should be.
And just, king g4,
Ending
king
soon
h4,
now.
whatever. Yeah. So there it is.
So it looks like the only really game where it's not entirely clear yet is maybe Anna Muzychuk against Nurgyul Salimova. Still some play left there.
But it seems that whatever happens, Anna is not winning this. So we are now looking at a tie for first place between Jiner and Anna. And Vaishali has fallen behind into the pack. In fact, Zhongyi has overtaken Vaishali.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And Zuzhina will have now 5 out of 5. Yeah, what an incredible comeback.
my God, yes.
Yeah, lost 2 of her first games, but now she's
Won 5 in a row.
back. Yeah,
And I think they've agreed a draw because there's no other explanation for the result. Yeah, it's a draw, right?
yeah, yeah. That looks like just ended in a draw. Yeah, Anna Muzychuk drew her game against Nurgyul Salimova. And I believe that, or I assume that Olga Badelka's game also finished as well, or at least is about to finish pretty soon. And now Dzagnidze also resigned. Yeah, now all of a sudden all of the games are sort of ending at the same time.
Right.
And
A lot of drama. 4 decisive games today. Sorry, I'm assuming that this one is going south, but it is. So
think they
it's now a mate in 13, but they have finally staggered into past the time control, but it's too late.
yeah, yeah. So they will probably still, Olga will be thinking if there is some way to escape, but now unfortunately it's too late. So I believe that we will probably still have an interview since there have been so many decisive games. So I would like to use the time to maybe ask you one important question. Why do you think chess in India is so big, and why are all of the youngsters, the upcoming youngsters, so strong actually? What is the secret behind Indian chess?
I think what happened mainly in my state, which is Tamil Nadu in the south, but also in other urban centers, Maharashtra and center in Bombay and Pune, Calcutta, and around the country, a lot of expertise started to build up. We have excellent coaches, and I think the cultural acceptance is quite high. So a lot of parents like putting their kids into chess. They think it's a very healthy activity, teaches them lots of important qualities and so on. So we have lots of youngsters competing in these things, and slowly it filters up. And after all that, I would still emphasize that while that is an explanation for why we have a very good setup, this generation is particularly talented. And you can see that they have exceptional progress. Gukesh is, world champion at 18.
Yeah.
And Prag and Arjun are no slouches either.
Yeah.
So there we are.
Yeah.
So a lot of things came together. I think, chess was in the news for a couple of decades now. A tradition of tournaments and a lot of activity started, and we have states which support the youngsters, schools which support the youngsters, and so on. So slowly everything assembled.
So there are many initiatives in India especially that sort of support those youngsters.
Yes, for instance, the school that Gukesh and Prag come from is quite famous for their support. You have many states giving awards for their sports people when they do well abroad, so that is encouragement. And all these things sort of add up. But besides that, also very important that we have lots and lots of excellent trainers and coaches. So that opened another possibility.
And another thing, because we also see that actually women chess is also getting stronger and stronger in India. Do you have also some explanations for that? Are the initiatives sort of similar to men's chess?
I think probably the thing that shared is the ability to train very well. But of course, in women's chess, we still need to see a bigger trend. I'd like to see more of them get into the game and so on. And if you look at the Olympiad successes, yes, we won both. But I think our men's team were the favorites and they ran away with it. The women's team, they great performance, but it was not obvious they would win. So I think there's still a gap in that. But yes, you can point out people like Konero Humpy, who's still winning. She wins Grand Prix. She won the World Rapid Championship. She's still doing amazing stuff. Similarly, Harika is still competing out there. So I think, Vaishali and Divya and all not sweeping in. There's still some way to go there.
Yeah, but it's definitely great to see, both developments in men's chess and in female chess in India especially. So great developments there. And yeah, we can see that the game between Olga Badelka and Muzychuk is probably ending quite soon. Rook h3 was still played.
Yes, the easiest would be Rook b2 check, Rook c2 check. And now if the king goes here, Knight d2 is made.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be played.
And if the king goes here, both Rook d2 and Knight f2 and mate the next move. So we are talking about mate in 4.
Yeah.
This should be happening fairly soon. Yes, she's already given the first of those checks. That has happened, and so it's just a question of finding Rook c2.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Rook c2 has happened, and that's it.
Yeah, we see resignation. So which of the games today, do you have any favorite one? Which impressed you the most?
All the games were very competitive. I think the cleanest and quite impressive was Tan Zhongyi against Lela. Alexandra Kosteniuk cleaned up beautifully after a couple of inaccuracies. So c6 and rook a d8, it's just planless moves. They seemed like pass moves. And next thing you know, the game was over. And you have to credit Jiner for her position was not at all dominating, but she never wanted to stop. And I think credit to her for that.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, she won, we already mentioned, 5 games in a row now.
Incredible performance. This is her 5th win in a row. So that's huge. And it again shows this trend of which you've observed in many places. She wins game after game after game. Her streaks are extremely good, and she's obviously a huge prospect. So,
Yeah, I just got the news.
And she now ties for first place. With, Anna finished, yeah. So then she's tying for first place, and now we have 2 leaders in the tournament.
Yeah, unbelievable comeback by Jiner. And I just got the news we will have an interview shortly. Just all the preparations are still ongoing, so I would like to use the time to ask you, do you have any plans already for the upcoming weeks when it comes to chess?
So I'm going to Norway Chess, and but as a commentator again.
Okay.
And then I will be playing in London. And tomorrow I'm going to Valencia to celebrate the 550th anniversary of the modern version of the game, which originated in Valencia.
In London, there's the World Rapid
and Blitz Team Championships. So that's a new thing. On top of the World Rapid and Blitz, our big flagship event nowadays is the World Rapid and Blitz team event. Yeah. The number of teams has gone up by a lot, so very exciting, I think.
Yeah, it's great to hear. So many tournaments upcoming as well. So as we can see today, we can maybe already do sort of a resume. So Zhongyi won her game against Lela Javakhishvili. Kosteniuk won against Vaishali. We saw the interview earlier. Olga Badelka lost to Mariya Muzychuk. And as we saw, Jiner with an incredible comeback. 5 wins in a row now, and Anna Muzychuk drew her game against Salimova Nurgyul. I'm curious who will have as an interview. I assume that it's going to be Mariya Muzychuk. We haven't seen her in the studio just yet. Going to be interesting to hear her thoughts on the game. So in the meanwhile, should we go through some of the games maybe? Through the some highlights?
As I mentioned, we did have a chance to scan through, but I think at this point, Black lost the thread a bit. Perhaps it was already time to play something like Knight F4. I don't know. Though no, that increases the white advantage because maybe Queen A5 and D7 happens.
There was one moment here.
Was it Rook B6 that maybe could help? But even there, Knight F5 is a problem again. Yeah.
It was some moment where we picked up the pawn on D6 with the queen. Was it?
Queen D7, Queen E5.
Was it maybe Queen C6, which we were analyzing? I remember the position after Queen takes A5, Queen takes D6.
Yes, but after Queen E5 back, what should Black play? Rook B5, but I think you have Knight F5. Well, let's try it. It's not very impressed.
Knight F5 looks very dangerous.
Well, it's a check and maybe not much more. I don't know, maybe Knight B6 is simply the way. But then you have Knight H6 check.
King H7, and are you holding on there? There is Knight G5, King H6. Whew.
It is this move, right? No, it's not. So it's apparently Knight E7 and withdraw the queen. So maybe I have to go to B4. Or perhaps just A4. Something very... No, that is not the move.
So we had Knight B6 with A4.
Is it Knight... If it's Knight B4, then still Knight H6 should be a problem.
Yeah.
Queen E6 maybe. But that looks strange as well, yeah. So what is the move here? Oh, don't tell me it's Queen B7 back or something with the idea Rook B1. Then.
Well, I just got the intel. We have an interview. So, Angelika with our last winner from today, Mariya Muzychuk.
Thank you, Felix. Yeah, the final game of the round number 7 has just finished, and we had a crazy encounter with white pieces. It was Olga Badelka against Mariya Muzychuk, and Mariya managed to win. Congratulations, Mariya.
Thank you.
It was an insane game. At some moment, I was not sure who was better, who was worse. But maybe let's start from the opening, maybe. Did Olga surprise you with this E4 new idea?
I think I wasn't sure either because like in the opening she played very fast, so she was definitely prepared, and I think that here it was necessary to take on b3 because after I played queen c7, e4, and I immediately recalled that most probably it's not good for black. But it was too late already, so I had to continue. And
have you considered other recaptures or how it would continue? Or
yeah, I considered, but I remember that if I take d, then like bishop f4, knight c4, knight d6, I think it's unpleasant position for black, but I just forgot it during the game. And here I'm not sure what she had to play, but it's not good. Like, you know, queen c8, I think this line existed, you know, so I mean, but it was not good for black.
yeah.
And h4, you know, like I just had to find the only moves because, like, you know, also like I wasn't sure about knight b5, you know. Still, it looks like I hold like cb, bishop b5, knight c6, yeah. Well, so what I mean, you know, therefore actually I took with my bishop in order to keep this knight like protected, like d7 square.
Yeah, that was unclear.
Yes, but okay, like g4, I also considered this, and she played queen c2 also, like bishop d3, it's necessary to calculate this. g5 might be unpleasant. I'm not sure what is like the best for white, but this position I do not like to play with black.
Yeah, so some weaknesses for you on the king side.
Yeah, and of course no bishop pair, so like white has a bishop pair and my development suffers. Okay, like here I considered that like if take then queen e8, so actually it was my main idea. Like
then you managed to trade the queens.
Yes, okay, like if she goes back, at least I win some tempos, and
yeah,
it has to be good for me. So she played bishop g5, I took. And here many moves has to be considered. Okay, she castle, like very risky and brave, but
yeah, maybe she was too confident at this moment.
yeah, looks like, because I think that she knew that she had a better position, and like therefore she played very bravely, let's say. Yeah, okay, like taking on f3, it would be too much with such a development. Okay, I considered this, but but I didn't like it at all. So I decided to play knight a6, so at least on bishop d3 I have knight b4 and just some more trades. And here, okay, like queen e8 looks like I have to play. And I'm not sure, maybe like, you know, it's more or less
you're
okay
up a
for
pawn,
black,
but you're
let's
suffering.
say.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
yes, but at least like, you know, I managed to develop my knight, so at least some life here.
continue.
Taking queen e2 and bishop d8. I thought it was not good to protect my e6 pawn with queen d7 or queen f7. So like I decided like to have an idea if rook d1, then I have bishop a5, and in case I take bishop c3, then I have this important square on e4.
Yeah, and then she has dark squared bishop, and she cannot challenge your knight there.
Yeah, but she like continued to
here probably
play
was
like all in.
Yes.
Actually, I expected this from her, and you know, sometimes she's very good at it.
Just a short question: have you considered knight takes h5?
Yes, I considered knight takes h5, but it was not good. Like
it was here. after h5.
Okay, there here are so many options for white. Okay, like of course, let's say take on d8. Yeah, so I have two options: knight d3 or knight f4, but it didn't work. So let's say if knight could wear
Let's say g3.
knight d3, then let me think. I think queen h2, queen h2, take rook h2, and queen h8. Very important. Yeah, like I think.
Rook d8. Sorry.
Okay, but now I'm not sure. No, now I'm not sure because like now I have queen f8 and there maybe back, maybe something else.
So that's actually the first computer line, knight h5.
Not it. Oh, okay.
I'm not
very
sure how it
surprised,
was
but-
working out, but
Okay, but what is the estimation? I think.
you can check here.
Okay, like I'm very surprised because now like it didn't work in my calculations.
We can briefly check, yeah.
No, if I have to take g8, then of course it's very good, but
So
I
the
didn't
question bishop d8.
uh-huh. Okay, even knight f4. No, but I thought like that I opened the H file and it's always good for white, let's say all these checks and so on. So actually instead of knight g3 I calculated knight f4.
Yeah, but it looked too messy and like you're opening out too much.
Here I didn't like the idea, that I take it with the rook, and let me think, maybe like rook f1, g5, check and check on h5. So let's say queen. It says king f6.
Oh my god.
Okay.
King is coming forward.
Well, I can
Crazy.
say that I'm very surprised, but well, with these engines,
Yeah, they know better, but
yeah, I am
Yeah.
surprised that it worked.
yeah, but it looked very inhuman to go for this messy variation, especially
Yeah, but I was
opening.
calculated this
Yeah.
all in human lines, just imprecisely. So okay, like I take, and here I think maybe white is a bit better because this pawn on h5 and also like a pawn on c5, and let's say even if you just take queen a6, should be maybe a bit better for white, but most probably I can hold.
But she took too much time to take on a6, yeah?
Yeah, like here she played h6 and I was surprised because this move is like, not risky, but it's just, it's
really
either you win or you lose, like, I mean, you can, it's this pawn on h6, it can be both a strength and a weakness, so like after g5, I
felt
mean,
like
white
she-
has to be very careful in order not to change queens.
It felt like she released the pressure on the g7 square when she put this h6.
Yeah, but after g5 I was happy.
Yes,
So then maybe it was the first moment,
like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, true. And here I think I prefer black. Okay, I had little time because I spent too much time in the opening and also like middle game. But so I also considered like knight d1, knight e3. But anyway, I think black is better here. And like knight g7, I was sure like something has to be winning, but unfortunately queen b4 didn't work in my calculation. Okay, now I'm not sure about anything after this knight h5, but it didn't work because like take, no, I have to take, and I think like the only move is this one, because let's say if knight e7, then king f8 and check king e8, so I mean I'm doing fine, but king e1 and I had no idea because it looks like I'm losing here.
Yeah, because your rook is under attack and you have to...
Yeah, because let's say I do not have rook b2 because of knight e3, and if I take with f, then queen e3, and if I take with the rook, then simply maybe like rook f1, and okay. It seemed to me that I was losing here, so I mean I had to go on, but because let's say with another rook, then white simply can play maybe like queen d2, queen c4, and why did I take my rook out of the second rank? So with this...
and it was already time trouble here already.
yeah, for both of us, I think, but I decided to play for a win, so I calculated this line, and I thought it's either I win or I make a draw here. And maybe she had to take on f8. I think so, but I think I'm doing fine. Let's say even after rook f8, yeah, I mean, I put my next rook on f2 if I can. But I don't think that white can save this position. So something has to be winning here, and like, okay, I didn't have much time, so I calculated maybe the only line I saw.
And luckily it worked out for you.
Yes, luckily it worked out, because if knight e6 instead of can be won, then actually the same queen f6, and it
You're
will be
always
a
stopping the check.
transposition. Yeah. Okay, finally my calculation was good.
Yeah, and here at move 40 already.
Yes, and here I was completely sure, because it was like the 40 small. Okay.
Yeah, and yesterday you had a rest day, and you also Alexandra, Kosteniuk, and also Olga. You joined and Zhongyi, so 3 former world champions joined for the Blitz tournament against the Austrian girls. How was this experience for you?
Yeah, it was fun. Of course, it's very interesting for the Austrian girls just to play with such strong players. So for them, it's something incredible, you know. And well, it wasn't really a free day, you know.
Yes.
Because we had to play Blitz. Also, like the dinner was very alone, but it was nice. You can talk to people, just share some thoughts.
Very
it's
nice.
important.
And 2 more rounds to go. What is going to be your perspective on this final 2 games in the FIDE Women's Grand Prix and the final stage of it?
I will try to play well, you know, but in my case, like, I do not struggle for the candidate spot, so I mean, it doesn't matter so much as, let's say, for my sister. Yes. First of all, I will be rooting for my sister.
That's a good point. So best of luck for you for the final games and also for your sister.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Now we are going back to the studio. We had a very nice day full of exciting games, and yeah.
Thank you, Angelica, with an interview with Mariya Muzychuk, who was able to score her first victory of the tournament. Vishy, we would like to end the day by showing one last critical moment of Vaishali's game. You were mentioning that probably around this moment was where it actually went wrong, right?
Yes. So the first thing is, at this point, black is doing absolutely okay. But black did this. And now that introduced something, that the rook, which was attacking nothing in particular, white always has this option. Admittedly, it doesn't work here because this knight is hanging, but you know, it's there. In fact, we discussed that even this move was fine. But Alexandra went here. This trade happened. And it's a bit unpleasant because you have to defend the e4 pawn. You can't capture rook d4 because e d4, and now you see the rook battery against the queen. I don't know specifically, perhaps rook c8 or something like that is a reasonable attempt.
So actually the rook on d8 is sort of not good for black, yeah, because white always has this option to take, yeah?
Exactly. And then Vaishali seemed to have want to solve the situation. So she was willing to give a pawn like this. Her basic idea is, fine, you take your double pawn, but at least I've relieved the tension on the board. This, by the way, is still not great because white can rotate the knight to d4. But Alexandra found something even better, which is rook takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight takes e4. Due to this battery, you can't capture the knight, you can't do very much. She went back here. And now Alexandra went in like this. And black doesn't even keep the exchange, because if you do that, then white wins the queen with bishop f5.
Yeah, that's a nice
So the position just collapsed.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why the whole game seemed to finish very suddenly. But I thought we didn't cover this in our reviews, so we can mention that. Great comeback for Alexandra, who's won 2 in a row now.
Also perfect example for the 2 bishops, I would say. Like, you don't see it as beautiful like in this game.
Exactly.
So yeah, very nice comeback by the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk. Vish, it was really an honor to have you here on the show.
Thank you very much.
So thank you for joining. We had a very interesting day today. Tomorrow, of course, we're going to be covering the event as well, me and my colleague Angelika Volkova. So I hope to see everyone there as well. Have a nice evening, everyone.
Bye.
Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. Two top finishers of the series will play in the candidates tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.